What's good, everybody? AB Media 83 here, and welcome to the Coliseum. Hope everybody doing all right tonight. And as the title kind of suggests, let them claim the 4B movement. And I know some of you are like, what's the 4B movement? Well, the 4B movement is pretty much a so-called movement that started in South Korea by a bunch of South Korean feminists. And the main gist of the movement is these women don't want to have any contact with men, no sex, no dating, no procreating. And apparently, black women over here want to adopt the 4B movement. And they think they're scaring us by adopting the 4B movement. To which I say, go right ahead. Go on and claim 4B. See how long that lasts. I'm just saying. Let them go on and claim the 4B movement. I don't care. Let's see if they can. The real question is, can they keep the 4B tenants with a straight face? Uh, and the answer is likely, nah, probably not. But I say let them try the 4B movement. See what happens. Yeah, it's what it is. In other black news, apparently dudes are now saying they want to be in the soft. We now have soft dude era on TikTok, and personally, I think it's just dudes trolling these women. But you know, but yeah, apparently now we have soft dude era on TikTok, which is hilarious in itself. And these chicks are worried about that. Also, give me 1 second here. Here we go. Apparently, we got a bunch of chicks that claim that we're begging. We're that the black men are begging to be with them. Apparently, y'all, we're begging. We're begging y'all to be with black women. But you have to take my word for it. Listen to it for yourselves. 1 second here. Here we go. Take a listen to it for yourself.
So, ladies, have y'all noticed that the men are begging? They are begging. They went from being red pill super cocky, man, y'all hoes ain't nothing, y'all hoes ain't loyal, we don't need y'all. They went from being that to be, we're all the good women. Y'all just need to settle for us. They are begging lately. Is it just me? Every video that I see, it's a man begging. A man begging a woman to be with him, begging a woman to lower her standards, begging a woman to settle, begging a woman to be like just begging women. Like it, what happened to the cocky confidence? Where did that go? Like, like I'm trying to figure out why they're begging now. I guess them listening to the podcast bros didn't work. They realized that being delusional didn't work, so now they're
Y'all
begging.
hear
And I
something?
think it is so hilarious now that they are now begging women after But before the Fresh and Fit podcast said, forget women, they need to do all this for you. They need to show you what they can bring to the table. Now
Y'all
they're
hear? Did y'all hear something?
begging for to be on the wait list. Not even for a seat, they're begging to be on the wait list. What has happened? Did I miss something? Because they are begging left, right, front, center aligned. Okay, and I just think that it is so funny. Y'all women, keep it up. Don't let these dudes in. No,
Yeah, it's enough of that bullshit. No, but I'm not. Unfortunately, Namer, I'm not. I'm not. Wasn't joking around. There are dudes on TikTok talking about soft guy era, where they want women to pay for everything. Yada yada yada. Oh no, that was me. That was me listening to that heifer talking about we're begging. Talking about we're begging for their approval. We were just begging black women come back so we get some pussy. No, not really. But no, that was me just adding sound effects. Talking about we're begging, begging. But these heifers are delusional, and it is what it is. And quite frankly, if I think she made that video because well, she's projecting. I lost count how many videos I've seen. Peace, good brother Art Mustal. I've lost count how many videos I've seen of chicks saying, "Yeah, I need a man. I won't be independent no more. I need a man. I don't want to do this by myself no more. I need a man." Thank you, J Rose 49 for the super chat. Y'all like, share, subscribe. Hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the super chat, support the show. Hit the Cash App. That comes to me directly. Hit the Cash App, support the show. But yeah, these efforts are on. Black men are begging. No, we're not. No, we're not. We ain't begging y'all for shit. You may have caught me in my 20s, but I'm 41 now, and quite frankly, I'm too old for that shit. You don't want me? Fine. Fine, go about your business. But I ain't gonna. That doesn't mean I'm gonna sit around and take your shit. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm too old. Man, I'm too old. I ain't gonna be arguing with these heifers. You don't want me? Fine. I ain't gonna be bothering you. I'm gonna go about my business. I got business to take care of. I don't know about y'all. Be sure to like, share, subscribe. Hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the Super Chat, support the show. And we have our first guest. Coming to the stage, we have Neymar. What's going on, Neymar?
Cool. Just check watching WrestleMania right now.
Oh,
Night
that's right.
one.
WrestleMania 40 is going
Right
on
now,
right
watching
now.
the main event.
Shout out to R Truth for
Yeah, the main
winning his
event.
first WrestleMania match.
What's up? That boy too wild.
Hey,
That
hey,
boy's
but
wild.
I give him his credit. He's stuck around. He's been around for years. He's been around through
Even
multiple
this is
eras.
his yeah. Remember, this is his second stint in the WWE because remember the first stint he was with Road Dogg back in 2000. He was known as
Yeah,
K Quick. Then he left,
yeah.
went to
K Quick, I
TNA.
remember him. Yeah,
Yeah. Then they went to TNA. He became a champ there.
yeah. Ron the
And
Truth. He became Ron the Truth Killings.
Ron Killings is his actual name. That's his government name. The Truth is his
Okay.
nickname. So that's when our Truth came, where the reference our Truth comes from.
But he got my respect.
You
He's been
know,
around. He's been around for a minute. He may not be a main eventer, but he's been around for a minute, and he's entertaining.
he's entertaining. He knows how to steal the show.
Yeah,
Of course, there have been times where he was just, he's just known for comedic moments, and he's every once in a while he's like, "It did something. Uh, this on me. My bad. My bad." He comes into certain events and just acts a fool. Like
Yeah,
when he came to
yeah. I
when
mean,
he was
yeah.
in.
R-Truth's a fun character to play around with. Um,
Yeah,
Shout out to him and the Miz. He won the tag
yeah,
team championship with the Miz.
yeah. I'm gonna watch the replays later. And I also want to watch the Hall of Fame thing ceremony again.
Yeah, who got
Yeah.
in this year? I'm sorry. I know Paul Heyman was
Paul
one of them.
Heyman, The Rock's grandmother Leah Maivia, so she
Okay.
joins her husband and Peter Maivia and son-in-law Rocky Johnson in there. Um, what's his face? Oh, wait, let me look it up. Let me look it up. Let me make sure I
Oh,
remember.
by the way, shout out to
No.
Dwayne for his heel. Shout out to Dwayne for his heel
But,
work. I missed that Rock.
oh, oh man, he is a master of that. You know how to be in how to
Yeah,
incite.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Say what you want about the Rock. Rock, sometimes the Rock is at the best when he's a heel, man. That's some of his
Oh,
best work.
absolutely. Hollywood Rock, remember that?
Yep, Hollywood Rock.
Yeah,
That's some of his best work when he was operating as a heel, man.
yeah, the corporate champion. I mean, especially with him and Mankind. But then again, or the Rock when he was like Hollywood Rock against Hulk Hogan, and then against Goldberg. Because remember, Goldberg, he was Goldberg's first opponent when Goldberg came to WWE.
Yeah.
We just look at him like, because I don't know, because after defeating Hogan the night before on Monday Night Raw, he's gloating, he's just primming, propping, he's on top of the world,
Hmm.
and then next thing you know, dun, 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 dun. And here
Yep.
comes Goldberg, and then me looks at him and says, "Guess what, Rock? You're
You're
next."
next.
And spears him. Oh, he can sell. He can sell.
Goldberg.
He can
Gold.
sell. One thing you gotta understand: The Rock, when he gets hit, when it's time to take a bump, he can sell. He can sell that bump.
But yeah, that was me
Much,
trolling. 'Cause that was me trolling that every talking about we're begging. If you actually look at the video I posted, I'm just like nodding off because I'm like really? I'm like, oh really?
was it
Talking about we're
like the dozing off that Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall did in Coming to America when they were at the bar? That one girl
sort of
like,
kind of
"Well, what are you
cause
doing?
I
What
keep
are you
waking up
guys
because I keep waking up when she's
doing?"
doing saying stupid shit, and I'm like, and I, it was scripted, but I keep waking up when she's saying stupid shit. I'm like, oh, okay,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
go right back to sleep, talking about we're begging
Yeah.
my ass.
Oh, by the way, on some serious shit about the snoring and such like that. I don't think you have this shit, but you know what? This needs to be addressed, and there's something called sleep apnea, and
Yeah,
that's something that like a lot of people don't talk
yeah,
about.
that's a serious disease. I'm not making fun of people that have sleep
No,
apnea or anything,
no,
but
no. They also discovered that one company that does like provide sleep apnea machines for people.
oh
They
really?
found that there's one company who provides sleep apnea sleep apnea machines for people. There's a class action suit against them. Why? Because there's a component in their apparatus that's cancer causing apparently.
Really?
How I know this is because I remember I listened to Jim Cornette's podcast, and he talks about his wife Stacy has sleep apnea,
Oh okay.
and he talks, and one of the people, one of the ads he plugs in is a good friend of his, a man named Stephen P. New, who's an attorney at law out in West Virginia, but also does class action suits across the country. He's done some great work, like against the pharmaceuticals for babies who've been addicted to opioids.
Okay.
Uh, and the sleep apnea thing, he was in charge of that one, I believe. Then I looked it up and realized, wait a minute, if this type of shit is going on, if you have cancer causing, if you have components in your device that that cause cancer in people, or potentially can cause cancer in people, What does that tell you about safety standards that these companies are running are operating under?
It's all about making a buck, unfortunately. It's all about making a
Yeah,
buck,
I mean,
unfortunately.
yeah, and companies are looking for any way just to skirt under the law, make a buck, profits over state over public safety. That's the fucked up part about it. Ooh, nice Cody cutter. But
Oh
yeah,
man.
it's just
Are you watching the
yeah.
tag
I'm
match
sorry.
now?
No, it's the tag match right now, the main event of night one. I'm
Okay.
gonna watch the. I'm probably gonna. You know what? I'm gonna just cut this off. No, no, no. I'm gonna stay with you. I'm gonna cut this off and watch this later because I do have the WWE Network up here in Europe, so I can
Oh,
catch the
okay.
replays later. Just gonna
Whatever.
pick
I hear
with
you
you,
talking about.
priority first. Yeah, but people begging this, that, and third. Motherfuckers claiming the 4B movement, not understanding, and this is them hijacking that shit.
And let me state this for the record: not every chick in South Korea, not South Korea, is claiming this movement. Just
It's
for the
not.
record. So,
I
like,
mean,
nah, we want to get married,
a
and
lot of women want to get married, but they're telling you the problem is right now in South Korea. And by the way, they talk about have the lowest birth rate, right?
yeah,
But there's some documentaries I've been checking out, and they talked about something called the baby box phenomena, where children born out of wedlock are being abandoned in orphanages. Newborns, in fact, not even a month old. And
mm,
sometimes the mothers come back to like breastfeed the kid or something like that, and they talk to them what's going on in their situation. They tell them, it's because this, that, and the third. There have been a couple of babies, and a couple of those babies have some kind of disability, or the mother may have maybe a pregnant teen. It's a teen pregnancy, and
hmm,
the mom and the daughter try to hide it from the mother, from the family, or was pressured by the family to get rid of the baby. It's that type of shit. And they
yeah,
talk about low birth rates in the country. Countries having low birth. No, the country has. I mean, the births that are registered, you could say, is why you would, but you have all these out of wedlock births that are being put up, being hidden and shit. So you have to understand people will fudge the numbers when it comes to birth rates and such. And people are talking about the great replacement theory or what's going on, what's really going on. Nobody's really want to go into the weeds and really trying to understand why is it that some of these countries, Taiwan, Japan, China, why do they have some of the lowest birth rates? And they also forget one thing. You know what's one aspect they forget about regarding the fertility issues? And that's stress on men.
yeah. No, actually, a South Korean dude talked about that. How they're struggling with their economy too. That's one of the reasons why it's too expensive for them to get married too. And that's one of the
Oh, that too. Yeah.
and by the way, no, let's not forget that Europe is hiding their decline. It's trying to hide their decline right now. Only reason their population is even partially stable is because they're importing so many immigrants.
There's so many they can get. Well, legal or illegal. Or I would know.
Yeah.
You got both legal and illegal immigrants, being coming in
Oh, that's right.
under
We
the.
can't call them illegal anymore. We got to call them migrants.
I used to be one, so I would know. I
Meanwhile,
mean,
we still have a goofy ass election cycle, and Hillary,
uh-huh.
HRC came out and said that when asked about
HRC. Oh, right,
HRC,
right, right. HRC.
Hillary Rodham Clinton came out and said,
What do you do with women that take their maiden names and use it as a middle name after they take their husband's name?
somebody that's
I
in
never
a
understood that.
somebody's a business that's in a business marriage. It
Yeah, but even with the divorce of the man, they still keep that name. I said, look, you divorced a motherfucker. Revert back to your maiden name, bitch. Excuse my French.
yeah, whatever. But anyway, she can someone she was on the Jimmy Fallon show, and someone asked her, what you said of voters who are not happy about the two choices, and she said, "quote unquote, get over yourselves." What's good, Aquatechie? Aquatechie, baby, number one rich in the building. Be sure to like, share, subscribe. Hit the Cash App, support
My
the show.
man.
Hit the Super Chat, support the show. But yeah,
First
she
of all,
pretty much told voters to get over themselves.
you know,
Ironically, the pot calling him kettle black. She need to get over herself. She's still bitter about her not winning the 2016 election.
then again, Dan Carlin explained, she is a very unlikable person. That's one of the reasons why she didn't win the election.
Yep, I didn't notice the law firm she worked for. Her
Uh-huh.
boss said that she was one of the most dishonest people I've ever met in my life. Oops.
And they say Clinton is a psychopath. Seems like you got two sociopaths in that couple. I mean, you wonder why she never divorced him after the Lewinsky thing. Well, she knew what happened if she didn't, because she still needed him. She still
Mhm.
needed Bill.
Oh yeah, Bill Clinton. I did not hire speculations with that woman.
Well,
I just
she
got some
finally
head.
came.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I have indulged in marijuana. I smoked, but never inhaled it.
Right.
What did
Thank
you
you.
do? What did you take an
Yeah, hold
edible?
on, wait a minute, neighbor. Thank you, Architecty, and thank you, JP, for the cash apps. Like, share,
Thank you.
subscribe, hit the cash app, support the show, hit the super chat, support the show.
And if you don't want to like, give a dislike. At least we feel something about it.
Yep,
The worst thing for us is you being indifferent.
yep.
uh,
It is what it is. But
I need somebody hit me that Bill. Yeah, I need that Bill Duke line right now. I need that Bill Duke right now. You don't messed up. You know that,
yeah.
right?
Here's another clip I made with the begging thingamajiggy.
Uh huh.
So, ladies, have y'all noticed that the men are begging?
Nah, I ain't begging. You don't want me? I really don't care. Go find a simp. I'm just saying. Hey, you know, you go join the 4B movement. I'm just
Ooh.
saying. That's another thing I opened with. Like, go on and let them claim the 4B movement. I don't give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see if they're gonna do it. I honestly want to see if they're gonna do it because you know the 4B movement means they put off men. Period. They don't not for set not yeah they can't ask us for sex or nothing. So I'm like, okay,
Oh,
I'm
so
on
this is
some F around and
basically
find out on this one. I'm like, okay, let's see if y'all gonna do it.
what is it? Patrice O'Neill said. This is like a woman holding the pussy hostage and putting a gun to the pussy and saying, "You better do as I say, or I'll kill it." I'm like, "Nah, I'm good."
Yeah, I
I
got
mean,
another short of one of these heifers rapping, one of these nasty heifers rapping. I'm like, look, if y'all gonna make heifers like Sexy Red, Silky Hana, the new big mamas of the black community, the black community go fuck itself because I ain't gonna prop it up.
or fuck
I,
yourself up bad.
I'm not doing it. If that's who
Look
you're
at
gonna
this
make
way.
the new big mamas of the black community is over because I ain't propping that shit up.
Yeah. Speaking of which, what was it like? Someone mentioned like the diss track that what is it like talked about certain shit like you hear like Megan the Stallion just running her mouth. Or sorry, uh, Mick the dude horse, as we say.
Oh, Megan the do hoarders, yeah, whatever.
She's
Well,
5'10". You know and you know she's 5'10" and she's bragged
to
about
be fair,
getting it.
now to be fair, She's a cute
Mhm.
5'10", but still.
A cute 5'10"? What's so cute about her? I don't see anything about her that's cute.
I'm talking about her body, not her
What else
attitude.
her mug and everything. You just look at her mug and everything. She's like, "Ee, ee, ee." I know she. They
Yeah,
say she's built like a stallion, but I'm like, eh,
yeah.
difference
I'm sorry.
between you and stallion. Go
She
ahead.
got me when she got in that little Sailor Moon office. That was some cute ass shit. I'm sorry.
I don't blame you.
I, now,
It could have been worse.
now, let me be clear. I'm not talking about her attitude. When you put the attitude with it, yeah, yeah, she's a complete turnoff. But
It could have been worse, man. I mean, look at our man, but better you. That synth chip in his head is trying to reactivate itself, and Mr. Z is inadvertently triggering it every time he talks about real talk with Manny. We have to have an intervention for our brother, man, before he
yeah,
goes off the deep
now, Silky Hannah,
end.
I don't see what Duke's see in that heifer. Every time she opened her mouth, I'm just like, no. I was like, no, no, no. I can't wake up and listen to that bitch. No, no, it's not happening. No.
Or Glorilla, or Sexy Red, or anything. You just look at them, just all the way they talk. You know they're
Oh yeah,
rapping. You
Glorilla.
know they just where she talking and everything. I'm like, and that smile on her just irks me. It's just like, "Ew,
Like I said,
what the fuck?"
nasty hoe. Let's see.
Mouse said like George Clinton, nasty hoe, ugly hoe, disgusting
Yep,
hoe. Shout out to George Clinton.
nasty heifer. But it is what it is.
Mhm. It is what the fuck it is, unfortunately. And it's a sick ass world we live in.
Unfortunately.
I mean, I mean, the 4B movement, first of all. I mean, first of all, South Korea's situation is as such that you know that they're fearful, that the government's been fearful. But
Yeah,
let's
they're
not
well
forget the country. Go
below
ahead,
replacement level. They're
way below. Hell, a lot of countries are having dealing with fertility. I mean,
mm-hmm.
a lot of people don't know that Russia's population, even though it has 140 million, divided by over 120 different ethnic groups. Yes,
Yeah.
they're that ethnically diverse. They're that ethnically diverse, folks.
What up, Andre?
But Russia and but yeah, what up? But Russia
Yeah,
and the
good
majority,
evening, gentlemen. Continue.
excuse me, come again?
I said good evening, gentlemen. Continue. I didn't want to interrupt
Oh,
what you're saying.
yeah, you were kind of mumbling a bit. I thought you started doing mumble rap or something like that. Don't
No, I
quit your
ain't doing
day job, man. Don't quit your day job, Andre. Just kid. But like I said, what was I gonna say? Oh, a lot of countries in Europe and everybody, since the '90s, their birth rates have declined, but people don't want to look into why. In the former Soviet republics, most of them, they were going through a transition, and the 1990s was turbulent for a lot of them. And a lot of people were thinking, you know what, we can't have any children. They've reduced the number of children they could afford to have at the time. That's why you see that huge gap if you ever look at their population pyramid. Or look at
mm-hmm.
population rates. How are you supposed to develop? During economic strife, birth rates are going to go down because there's a lot of them realize they don't have enough. There aren't enough people. There aren't, you can't. The working age folks at the time cannot afford to have that many children. That's why you start seeing a lot of children being adopted by Western European folks.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't know. There are a lot of Americans out there who were born in Russia but were adopted as babies, as little kids. by American couples, even Canadians, even especially Europeans.
The situation is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. So you see that, you see what's going on in the rest of the world, like in Asia and everything. Also, like we say, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, they have in other countries in East Asia, especially in the corporate world, or those in like the office environments. They have some of the most grueling working hours out there, and people
Mm-hmm.
forget that kind of stress, that long term stress, does a lot of damage on male fertility. So you got people overworked, I say overworked, so they're too exhausted to even want to, sire children. And you also the risk of, and that also, because your fertility is all messed up, and the woman's
Mm-hmm.
fertility is all messed up. How many people? How many? What's the rate of miscarriages in these countries? That's something people don't even want to look into regarding populations and whatnot. We need a demographer to talk to about this stuff. They can really break it down. Statisticians, statisticians, um, demographers. The statisticians they try to follow. They try to look at, because here's the point of statistics. You're trying to see what are the trends, and you want to know, and you want to try to predict or anticipate what changes to expect in the future. The people don't look at it like that. That's why people like we throw out statistics. I mean, you know the point of that, what statistics are. And then some people throw out made up statistics. That's a face on what. But nobody does the research.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah, it's what it is.
not stuff like that.
29 watching. Like, share, subscribe. Hit the super chat. Support the show. Hit the cash app. Support the show. Well, yeah.
AB needs
Uh,
that new laptop, folks.
yeah, support the laptop, Sean. Hit the super chat. Support the show. Now, this next one, we have a young butthurt bluer who get a
Uh
little
oh.
indictive. So, I had to pull rank on this little fella. He's 21-year-old white boy.
When do we think that Trump supporters are going to come to their goddamn senses?
Boy, who you think you talking to? Who you think you talking to, Harry? You barely wet behind the ears, but you gonna come to somebody talking about you get up there goddamn senses. Sit down, little boy. Sit down. Yeah, we know the Democrats are paying you along with Mike's touch. But boy, you done lost your damn mind. Who do you think you are, Harry? Go sit down, little boy. Sit down. Look, Harry, you're entitled to your opinion. You ain't entitled to lose your damn mind. Sit down, little boy. Plain and simple.
Well, that's my whole thing. It's like anybody's entitled to an opinion, but if your opinion is dumb, then that's just what it is.
But yeah, it's particularly insulting because that boy is clearly wet behind the ears. He just now getting to college. Probably never owned an apartment or nothing, but he gonna tell grown folk how to vote. Really? How to think about politics? Really? When you're being led by the nose around by Barack Obama and other Democrats? Really?
Thinking on the same wavelength, or is it more emotional? I mean, what do you think is this? What do you think is the basis of populism, AB?
Say that again.
What do you think is the basis of populism?
Basis of populism.
The basis of populism. What is it based on? Populism. What's popular?
Yeah, what's
Public
popular?
sentiment. Public sentiment, not public thinking, public sentiment. Because people forget we are some emotional creatures.
Yeah.
We feel each other's emotions more than we can comprehend each other's thoughts. I mean, look at fear. If someone starts running right now, we're all gonna start running because we sense danger. We're like, what? Why is he running? Why'd you run? Why'd you run? Or or somebody gets angry, antsy, or we can sense each other's aggression. I mean, that's what politicians do. They pull on your emotional strings. They say certain words to get you riled up, get you fearful, get you. Oh, you achieved another Xbox achievement.
No, something was finished downloading.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm downloading. I was downloading Doom Eternal.
Oh, that's cool. I've been dealing with some bullshit
Yeah,
with
it's good.
my console
Oh yeah, it's
lately.
done.
But
Okay.
that's cool. What is that? Xbox One you got or what?
Xbox One.
Okay. You didn't get the Series X yet?
Nope.
No. Or maybe get the Series S. Especially the smaller one. You're on a budget. You
Yeah.
might be more, or unless you prefer physical discs. But
Yeah.
anyway,
I don't have a need for a physical disc anymore. I download my
yeah,
shit.
yeah. All the SSD cards you got coming out of shit, fucking bastards. Anyway, um, but like I said, it's like
Oh, what's going
politicians.
on, Snowman? Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, Snowman. Yeah, he put out his latest episode of Diary of a Mad
Yeah,
Snowman.
Snowman.
Y'all need to support y'all. Come on, if y'all can give his new show a listen to. And if you're feeling generous, hit the cash app and donate. But give them a like, man. Likes are free. They don't cost you anything.
Yep.
Ah, but anyway, we're just an emotional bunch, like I said. I mean, that's why. I mean, fear. I mean, the ancient Greeks even said that they thought the battlefield when it came to war, they said the god Phobo ruled the battlefield. Phobo, from which you get the word phobia,
Mm-hmm.
fear, irrational fear, and fear is a powerful weapon.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. I mean, up here in Europe, you got far right groups who are still espousing the Great Replacement theory, or they're saying white genocide. What the hell are you talking about? Then I realized, and if you ask the average person, they'd be like, "You're just gonna get crickets because they don't know what it is. They just repeat whatever they
Mm-hmm.
hear from people they listen to, and not realizing these people are just stoking fear because fear, partisanism, stuff like that just sells. Nobody really wants to get into the root of these things because it's like they think it's gonna fly over their heads. It's
Mm-hmm.
like it's like we got some people who are 6 foot tall, but this shit flies over their heads. Let's say if they're 5 foot even. You
Now let's
know,
have a little fun here. But we
mm.
talked about last week how Candace Owens is making around, but this knucklehead had a nerve to open his mouth.
Because see, Candace, you have trashed black people.
I know you ain't talking. This coming from the same clown who calls black folk dumbass, dumb, punk ass on a regular basis. But you have the nerve to open your mouth about Candace Owens not being invited to the cookout? Really, Roland? Really? This coming from the same clown who sat up there and butt danced for Hillary Clinton? But you want to talk about somebody not being invited to the cookout? Go sit
Holy
down,
poly.
clown. I said it before, and I'll say it to your face again. My ancestors didn't die for your punk ass to buck dance for Hillary Clinton. I mean that shit.
No disputing that. No disputing that. No disputing that. Nope. 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 All I can say is, first and foremost, I wouldn't trust Candace Owen, and I don't trust these guys either. Trust and
Oh,
believe those those
and
those.
let's not get it twisted. I'm not saying people should invite Candace Owens to the cookout, but this clown right here is in no has no room to talk about inviting anybody to a cookout. I'm sorry, not after you buck dance for Hillary Clinton.
I mean,
This
he's
clown
even
is
going
in
to
no
send him a
position
plate.
to talk to anybody about who's invited to the cookout.
Okay, you can't invite him to the cookout, but that doesn't mean you can't just send him a plate, does it? Or is that optional? Sending them a plate.
I don't care.
Fair enough.
I guess you can send them a plate
I mean,
depending on what they offer.
yeah, yeah. It's been a while since I've been to a gathering like this. We don't have we don't exactly have a cookout where I'm originally from, but we have like traditional gatherings and such. I remember one time I missed one because I was caught up in something, but I did call and send my best, my brother
Oh,
went there and he
by the way,
Mhm.
Andre, you were on BGS's stream earlier, weren't you? You there,
He
Andre?
was he?
Sorry, I was using the washroom. Did you guys stream earlier? I don't think I was. Maybe I was. I
Um,
don't remember.
the one about CJ or whatever his name is.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was there for that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got
What I
this
missed?
graphic. I got the graphic because unfortunately I listened to the playback. I'm gonna need the master teacher to get the crayons out. I'm just saying, for these knuckleheads.
Well, like I made a comment at the end of the stream that which is kind of like the common thing that these dudes think is that we hate black women and that kind of shit like that. But I'm like, I was just like yeah, my I've said this before, but I said it again. It's just since it was in a public setting this time. I was just like yes yeah. My mom actually told me to avoid black women, but I didn't listen. So yes, I
Well,
hate them
who?
though.
Who told you to do what?
My mom told me to avoid black women, but I didn't listen to
Uh
that.
huh.
So yeah, but
Oh well.
we hate them on this side.
You had to learn the hard way, didn't you?
Yeah, exactly. I always been hard headed, so yeah, I definitely had to
Yeah,
learn that.
I'll give you a story. But my mother was in rehab. She was trying to recruit one of some of the black nurses for me. But she said after she listened to him, she said don't try to talk to any of them.
Uh,
They're doing too much with their baby daddies and shit. I was like, oh okay.
my mother warned me about certain things. I'm glad I listened. Well, I didn't
Yep.
exactly listen. I didn't completely listen. No, I heard. I didn't hear her, but I did listen. But I kept that in for like later. And looking at some of the heifers, I realized that they're doing too much. Get the fuck away from me. What was I thinking? Trying to be probably nice to me and everything. I was like, all right. Especially something
Well,
more just like straight right.
like her whole thing was that, she said like avoid like well, she specifically said don't ever bring a black woman home to me. That's what she said, and she's
Wow.
obviously black herself. She's dark skinned, darker than me.
Wait a minute.
But,
Jamaican, right?
yeah, she said don't ever bring a black woman home. And I realize now why she said that because after talking to my dad and finding out the shit she was doing, yeah. So that was like
Uh,
that's part of why like you
okay.
see part of why you see some females in the space like the ones that have children especially is because
Hmm.
they're trying to look out for their own sons, which I guess she was trying to do. But I was on that. Why would I be against somebody that looks like me? Goofy shit.
Oh well.
She never
That's what
explained
they're
to you
on.
what it was.
Yeah, don't pay no attention to heavens talk like that. That's what they're on.
Yeah. Wait a minute. See, that's the thing. I remember when parents tell us something, sometimes they don't explain to us what it is. They just want it. They just expect us to understand what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you got to break it down to explain what the hell you're talking about.
Well, the reason why she, in her case, she didn't want to explain it because that would lead to a lot more questions and the
Mm-hmm.
actual truth about what was
Like,
really going on. So then it made perfect sense
yeah,
in that
yeah,
situation.
yeah. No, no,
Yeah.
I get it. I understand. And sometimes parents they need to explain to the kid and anticipate. We're gonna ask questions like we because we don't understand. What do you mean? What is that? What does that mean? I don't get it. And then you have like some kind of misunderstanding, miscommunication as a result. That's why you need to ask, other relatives, what is she doing? What's she talking about? I mean, I remember it was like somebody told, I remember a relative of mine. No, it wasn't a relative. Friend of the family. This is an older woman who looked at me and said, Naima, go get yourself a white girl. And this was back in Eritrea.
Mm-hmm.
She told me that because she saw me interact with a white woman once and I was being cordial, respectful. She's like, and she realized, yeah, it's better you with a white girl than with one of our own because you see what the hell is going on, especially if the situation
Yeah.
we were in at the
Let's have a little fun now, Andre.
time.
You're probably gonna get a kick out of this one, but this is clip I caught of this heifer talking about we're begging. So let's just listen to it.
So, ladies, have y'all noticed that the men are begging? They are begging. They went from being red pill super cocky, man, y'all hoes ain't nothing, y'all hoes ain't loyal, we don't need y'all. They went from being that to be, where are all the good women? Y'all just need to settle for us. They are begging lately. Is it just me? Every video that I see, it's a man begging, a woman to be with him, begging a woman to lower her standards, begging a woman to settle, begging a woman to be like just begging women. Like it. What happened to the cocky confidence? Where did that go?
Y'all hear
Like,
something?
like I'm trying to figure out why they're begging now. I guess them listening to the podcast bros didn't work. They realized that being delusional didn't work, so now they're begging. And I think it is so
Oh my
hilarious
God.
that they are now begging women after, but before the Fresh and Fit podcast said, forget women. They need to do all this for you. They need to show you what they can bring to the table. Now they're begging to be on the wait list.
Yo,
Not for a seat, they're begging to be on the wait list. What has happened? Did I miss something? Because
Yawn.
they are
yeah,
begging left, right,
I
front,
do hear
center,
something. It
or
sounds like
behind.
snoring or something.
Okay, and I just think that it is so
Hold up,
funny.
hold
Y'all,
up.
Y'all hear
don't let me
something?
lose
Y'all hear
one
something?
circle of yours, okay? Because it is truly hilarious, and I
Oh, that was you.
Yeah, that was part of that was part of the stick.
Well, I would like to know where the begging is coming from because I have
Them,
personally haven't seen this.
them.
Who's them?
Yeah. That
Them
that
as
that
in,
that, that that's them projecting.
Okay, that's the female's projection. Okay.
But yeah, that was me
The
snort.
heifer.
That was me making the snoring noise. Listen to her. Like, but we're begging.
Yeah,
Oh my god! I'm like, y'all hear something?
yeah.
In
This
my
is the
actual
part.
video,
Actually,
I'm not an in and out trying to listen to her talk. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to say that to be funny.
yeah. By the way, Andre, I hope you learned your
what's
lesson.
good?
What your mom was explaining to you.
In
Because
terms of
remember the
what?
old saying. Well, about being hard headed and everything. Because remember the old saying, a hard head makes for
So fast.
finishes. Yep.
Well, that doesn't
Unless
apply
you're a
to me.
skinny motherfucker. Unless of course you're skinny like myself. Because a hard head and a bony ass. You know, you're just gonna go through. You're just gonna be a wrecking ball. Just bounce off the
Yeah.
walls and just cause all
Yeah,
kind of damage.
exactly. Like that normally would be the case, hard head making a soft ass would in my case it. Yes, it was a hard
27,
head.
27
Oh, you're a
watching
skinny
like,
motherfucker
share,
like myself? Okay.
hold on, wait a minute, Namer.
Right.
27 watching, like, share, subscribe. Hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the Super Chat, support the
Wait a minute,
laptop
didn't I hit the
fund,
like? Didn't I hit the like button? Let me check.
and put some respect on my likes.
Yeah, in my case, like hard head kind of, yeah, made me into a, I wouldn't say wrecking ball, but somewhat close to that. So I'm actually going
No, you
over
need to
that.
have a bony ass for that as well. But yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually going over that book now, an audiobook of 50th Law. It was on my list. Like my cousin actually had the physical copy, but
50's Law.
we're
You mean 50 Cent's
50th Law.
versus a 30?
Well,
Murphy's
it's
Law? What?
50 50 and fucking what's the name again? Fuck, I want to say John Green. I can't remember his name right now.
Yeah, here's
Robert
another
Greene.
one. Hold on, gentlemen. Here's another one.
Robert Green, yes, Robert Green.
Well, men get tired too. Men get tired of not being appreciated, disrespected, emasculated, talked to any kind of way. Men get tired too. This man get up and go to work and do whatever he got to do to provide for you in this household and can't get a thank you. You talk to him any kind of way. You talk to him like he's one of your kids because your mama used to talk to your daddy like that. So now you want to talk to him like that. You tear this man down with your words. Instead of building him up, you tear him down. Sometimes the man, he got to sit in the car for a few minutes before he come in and deal with you. Men get tired too. Yeah, everybody like to say when a woman's fed up, men get fed up too. And it's worse when a man actually walks away from a woman.
Yep.
Yes, actually, there was a conversation had on Charles's channel about that. Like, dudes were trying to go in on me when I was like trying to say, like leaving my ex and shit. Because I know it's more typical that like dudes get left by the woman, but in my case, I left her. But they try to make it like a solely like sexual issue. But it's just like if you're not playing the role that you should be doing, and you're not contributing to the household, or you're not fulfilling your roles, like why continue to be in that position? But these dudes were giving me pushback. I don't know that. Why I think the reason why they give me pushback is I was just like, yeah, left her for a white woman, so that seemed to be the whole, the pro bliggity black shit. That's what it seemed to be to me. Like dudes just on like out here on their Umar shit.
Yeah, it is what it is.
That big. Oh, another news. I've been check. Andre, you check out Abin Creature once in a while.
Not really.
Andre,
No, I haven't listened to
I don't
any of
know.
his content actually.
I don't know. I'm just checking out this shit just today. And just recently, they've been like clowning on Fresh and Fit because one of them morons just got a girl pregnant allegedly.
Fresh, yeah, Walter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, I was listening to like Conservative was doing a stream earlier talking about that, and yeah, he was cooking on that shit, talking about like yeah, a lot of dudes
Hey,
basically
what up,
making
McDrama
videos.
Bear?
What's going on, Nemo? What's going on, chat? What's going on, panel?
I mean, first of all,
What's going on,
first
McDonald?
of all,
What's going on, Andre?
yeah. First of all, Abba is a vindictive and a petty ass motherfucker. And I know that brand of pettiness. Because I'm from next door, from where he's originally from. We're related tribes, we know that bullshit. This motherfucker is just petty than a motherfucker. And again, Ethiopians can be petty as fuck. Then again, Eritreans are also some petty motherfuckers, so that's
Well,
hot calling the kettle black.
like the Fresh and Fit topic that you're talking about, like basically the argument that I heard, well, and also like other people are making videos, so they're basically they're saying that they didn't practice what they preach, and yes,
Yeah.
that definitely sounds like it. Yeah, that was poor. That was poor fucking D control. We'll say that. So that's what it
Let me
seems to
put it
be.
this way. Let me put it this way. both of them should be put on blast for this situation because this is an oops baby type of situation. Think about it. First of
Well,
all,
actually, there was a clip that was played. It was
uh-huh.
actually Destiny stepping in to defend Freshman Fit, and I was surprised to hear that.
Yeah, I saw
And
that.
like,
Yeah, I
yeah,
saw that.
I was really surprised to hear
I'm sure he has his reasons, but what I want to, but first and foremost,
You talking about the blue
it's
hair knucklehead?
Hmm.
yeah, the blue haired
that.
knucklehead
Yeah,
who's buddies
exactly.
with Avon Preach.
I'm sorry, I don't take Destiny seriously.
You shouldn't. I mean, I
I,
was watching. I
I
saw a
just
couple
don't.
clips of him where
I
he
would
was.
rather listen. That's one. Now that's one thing. I would rather listen to Candace Owens. I do not take Destiny seriously
Well,
whatsoever.
well, that's the thing, right? Is that it's like what BGS said more than a few times, where he says like, chew the meat, spit out the bones, and someone else
Yeah,
also made an argument against that. Like,
True.
well, there shouldn't be any bones, is what like someone else said. There shouldn't be any bones, but
They're always
not going
bones.
to say names, but yeah, yeah, someone else also said that. But basically, the point that I'm trying to make is that I don't agree with him at all and his lifestyle and all that kind of shit. But like, basically, the point that was being made at the time was that why is he the person that's speaking up in defense of them when everyone else is making all these like they fucked up and all this kind of shit, right?
yeah,
You know what? Because Destiny is sort of like, and I was watching some MTR. I think he's starting to be on his red pill arc right now, especially after going through that divorce. And what I think is
yeah,
what happened is that Fresh Walter, he got it was a textbook setup where she's not American and she's probably looking for an ability to be able to stay here, and she just got pregnant on purpose because it wasn't an accident. She did it. She set him up. Um,
yeah. Oops, baby. That's why we call it oops, baby.
No,
yeah,
It's a setup.
that wasn't an oops baby. It was being referred to
Oh,
as an anchor baby.
yeah, exactly,
no,
exactly.
no,
Like,
that's
cause
what it is. It is an anchor baby, but that's what all children are in a sense. But then again, in certain countries, there's something called jus sanguinis, not jus solis. I mean, what I mean is like in certain countries, especially in parts of Europe, you don't get citizenship if you were born in that country
mhm.
because it's based on ethnicity and whatnot. I mean, certain Western European countries are like that. Like in Scandinavia, you don't get citizenship automatically from birth. If you were born there, you have to wait to either to if you're 18 to apply for it, or you have to live there for at least 5 to 7 years, depending on which country it is.
Hmm.
That's how they can, that's how they avoid anchor babies and such. But also, I just have to ask a question here. First of all, fellas, this is why it's important to wrap your shit up. You cannot trust a woman when she says she's on the pill. I mean, let me give you an example. In my own personal life, I was involved with somebody who could not use the pill. She's what they call the proverbial 1%, and I don't mean like 1% like social, like no, no.
That's
When I mean
bullshit.
one
That's
percent,
bullshit. She lied to you.
no, no. I didn't care because let me finish my point. Here's what you're not realizing, Dan. Me coming from where I come from, especially how HIV has been ripping through the entire African continent, I made it a point to wrap my shit up at all times. I didn't give a. And I remember when she told me that, I said, "Hey, no worries. I got my condoms. I got condoms and whatnot." So, because that's what, because I don't care. I don't, because I have to. First of all, the condom is more for you than for her. I make an argument that anybody who uses a condom is pro-choice because you made the choice to be responsible with your dick. Another way to
Hey,
be
what's going
pro-choice
on,
is say
Snowman?
no. Hey, what else, no man?
Who's good, man?
Let me change that sentence for you. Another good way is to say not no, but hell no.
Hmm.
No, 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 no. I think Bishop Bullwinkle said it best.
Unfortunately,
If you can please play it.
I don't have that soundbite available to me right now. But yeah, he did say it
Speaking of
best.
soundbites, I'm sorry, I got to be petty at least one more time. I got something for Snowman
Come
to
on.
listen to
All
if
right.
he didn't listen to it
Be up,
already.
everybody.
Hit me.
ladies, have y'all noticed that the men are begging? They are begging. They went from being red pill super cocky, man, y'all hoes ain't nothing, y'all hoes ain't loyal, we don't need y'all. They went from being that to be, where are all the good women? Y'all just need to settle for us. They
You hear
are
something?
begging lately. Is it just me?
Yes.
Every video that I see, it's a man begging a woman to be with him, begging a woman to lower her standards,
John,
begging a woman to settle, begging a woman to be, like just begging women. Like it, what happened to the cocky confidence? Where did that go? Like, like I'm trying to figure out why they're begging. I guess them listening to the podcast bros didn't work. They
right,
delusional
exactly.
didn't work, so now they're begging, and I think it is
Oh my god.
hilarious now.
That's
They are
not even
now
me.
begging women after, but before the Fresh and Fit podcast said, forget women, they need to do all this for you. They begging for to be on the wait list, not even for
That's enough of that.
Yeah,
Well,
like
Oh,
like
I'm
the
sorry. Did I
thing
miss?
about like the thing about the TikTok,
Did I?
The funny
I didn't
part
miss
is,
anything. I didn't miss anything, did I? I took a short
nah,
nap.
nah, 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 nah. The actual
nothing worth
video
it.
is me just
Mhm.
dozing in and out of her just talking shit. I'm just like, huh? Okay, go right
I
back to sleep.
I heard that and ran with it.
I'm
well
sorry. I was like, oh really?
the thing about that TikTok,
Oh no, wait a minute. I just saw a chick today. This chick is literally crying because this dude
Oh
asked a bunch
God.
of chicks on the street, would you give it a broke man that's trying or take money from the government? And this chick is just bawling her eyes out because the heifers told the truth. They would rather take the money from the government.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a
So
minute, how much money are we talking about?
I
not
don't know.
much.
I forget the amount, but she crying because
Hmm.
you heifers would take the money instead of having a man there to help you with the kids. I was like, okay. I'm like, okay, y'all the one made this shit like 50 years ago, so whatever.
Well, like I was
Ay,
trying to say,
ay,
so
ay.
the thing about that chick talking, what what I forgot to
Mhm.
mention was that what bothers me most about her whole speech was the fact that she was exaggerating her words, especially the begging part. And it's like I can't stand women that talk like that. Because
Well,
like that to me that means like you're a hood rat.
no,
Agreed.
You have to
well that's
exaggerate
fact.
your words like that.
But that's all that's what she was banking on. I mean, that's all she's got is the material level of I'm just gonna basically shame, insult, guilt, sign language you, right?
Yeah,
Because
guilt, shame,
let's
they need
let
to be right.
Mhm.
yeah, because let's just play devil's advocate because I love playing with the scenarios. So it's like, okay, let's say that men are begging you, okay? I
Uh,
mean, let's just go there. What are they begging you about? Because basically what they're saying
Or
is
four.
basically what they're saying is if we're not if we can rewind it back in time and turn the begging into physically threatening, physically forcing you to do X, Y, Z, right? But we've evolved and we've moved past that, and so
Mm-hmm.
we're at the point where women now have the ability, like they've never had this ability to what they call in psychology individuate, right? Where actually like women are able
Yeah.
to do whatever they want and become the person they want to be. Like white men have had the whole time to do this. Black men are starting to get to that point now where like they're at the point where like, who do I want to be based on who I want to be, right? Not on what
right.
society
Mm-hmm.
tells me to be.
Who's
That's
on
the
my program? Not.
exactly, and that's the individuation process. And what for the human race, for human species, we need both halves, men and women, to be individuated and then come to the table willingly saying we want to keep the race going and we want to procreate. Because think about it, you got people like Elon Musk, you got all types of people thinking about going to Mars, actually going to other planets. Like, and for us to go that far, we can't just have half of the human race saying I'm going to stay at home and I'm going to just take care of me and I'm going to do whatever I want to. It's like everyone's got to take the full weight of society and move it forward, right? And so right now women are basically like kids in the candy store going crazy,
Well,
and at a certain
McDrum, like
Ain't that the truth?
right,
Yep.
like
go ahead.
like what were you saying, McDrum Bear? Um that's why it's like crazy with this whole like 4B movement, because it's like when you have people like Elon Musk that have like what does he have, like 9 kids now at this point, and even
And
his
he's getting
dad
more.
With how many
had a kid
women?
like a year ago.
All types of women. Yep. I mean,
Yeah,
his
with
one of the women
like
that he
he
works
actually,
for him. That's like, I
well,
don't know, like one of the C-suite ladies. He got pregnant because he wanted to have her genetic material, right? He wanted to
like
procreate with her.
like uh supposedly, I don't know, allegedly I would say, Elon Musk actually has a kid with Amber Heard,
What?
allegedly. So yes, like the point that I was trying
Kevin,
to make is that,
Wait a minute. Rewind. I'm I'm sorry. I gotta ask the question. You're telling me
don't.
Elon Musk wanted to have a baby with her?
well, he actually dated her before Johnny
After
Depp.
the divorce, and he got rid of
Okay,
her. He
okay.
cut
He
off
actually
her.
dated her
I have
before
to
that.
ask this, Andre. I have to ask the question. Did she shit in his bed?
Of course not.
Tiger uppercut,
That's
you
it.
I'm
fool!
sorry. I'm sorry. My Patty ate these out tonight.
Well, like
Uh,
the
did
point that I
she
was trying
shit
to
in
make.
his bed?
Well, like
I'm just asking the question.
yeah, like that's understandable. And the point that I was trying to make is that basically you got people pushing like the 4B movement and stuff like that, like on the female side. But
I
meanwhile, you
love
have
you,
billionaires
AB.
that have many children, billionaires, millionaires that have many children. So basically, the higher ups are producing at a rapid, sorry, a rapid rate, while they're not them specifically, but people underneath them are preaching to like lower level women to
Hmm.
not have kids at all and be on this whole feminist bullshit.
Yeah, but
Well, they need to reduce the number of ratchets on the planet.
speaking of the 4B movement, as I
I
said
love you,
before,
AB, but you an asshole for that question.
as I said about the 4B before, get a vibrator, let them try it. Because basically the 4B movement, they're going to swear off men, sex and everything. They're just going to swear off men all together, have sex and everything. And they think, okay, get a vibrator, stick to the 4B movement.
Huh.
The
That begs the
4B
question: should we
Brigade.
be yeah regarding the whole get a vibrator thing, AB? You think we're gonna be making millions by investing in batteries, especially the
Yeah,
reusable ones?
yeah. Brother pointed out to me the other day, invest in Duracell
Mm-hmm.
Duracell, Energizer,
and Energizer.
and
That
still
sounds like some
going.
advice.
Nothing stops the Energizer bunny. It keeps going and going and
Going and
going and
going.
going.
Oh my gosh, I still remember those commercials with that pink bunny.
I mean, you wouldn't think it. You wouldn't think it would be that kind of commercial if you look at how even more ridiculous the setting was,
Mhm.
and you think it would be something totally different. But nope, that damn pink bunny would show up.
Yep.
Hmm.
And since you up here, Snowman, your thoughts on
Yes,
the controversial Yukon Iowa game?
controversy, my ass. That was a correct call.
I thought exactly.
That was look. I'm so sick and tired. Can I get vulgar?
Yep.
I'm so sick and tired of niggas looking at it one way and one way only and not use their brains. That was an offensive foul.
It was.
It wasn't a
Same
flop.
definition.
It's the textbook definition of an offensive foul. Watch the damn game. I got people coming to me, oh, UConn should have won. They got robbed. No, they robbed themselves by not putting Iowa away in the third quarter.
Hmm.
They did not put Iowa away. And what got Iowa loose was Caitlin Clark's 4-point play midway through the third period.
Oh, she
That
got fouled
sent,
on a three, huh?
yep, that sent her on her way, and that sent Iowa on their way. You know how many chances Connecticut had to put Iowa away. They should have put them away halfway through the third period, but that 4-point play got them to within one. Eventually, they took the lead and they never relinquished it. So
Turn out to play.
that's Connecticut's fault. I mean, love
Mhm.
Eugenia Oriemba, but that's Connecticut's fault. That's their own fault for losing a 9-point lead, only up 6 at halftime, and you still had the looming scepter of Caitlin Clark, who had a horrible first half, and you didn't take advantage of it. That's a you problem, Connecticut. You fucked that up.
So,
You fucked
Snowman,
up your
actually,
national championship.
like Snowman, actually, what are your thoughts on like these two chicks that they're trying to that Ice Cube is trying to get into his Big Three league?
Go for it. Go for it. Shit, the WNBA ain't gonna pay him $5 million.
Yeah, the highest
Well,
WNBA player is like $250,000.
Listen,
yeah.
if Ice Cube had no, he's got the nerve. He just knows he's not going to invest in a product that ain't going to get better. But this season may change that. This
Mm-hmm.
season may change that. He offered Caitlin Clark, and he's going to offer Angel Reese and Camila Cardoso from South Carolina, and quite a few others. I'll give you $5 million if you give me 10 games. You
Well,
give me 10
yeah.
games, I'll still give. You'll still be able to play in the WNBA.
So, like,
Mm.
what I was actually wondering about that is that are they expecting the females to play with the men? Is that the plan here?
Yep.
Oh, okay. That definitely would be interesting.
I've been waiting for it for years. No one else just had the balls to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's this is Ice Cube we're talking about, so like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the black bitches are going to go absolutely bananas.
He'll be all right.
Well,
I mean,
like
that begs
I
the
seen
question,
one
first of
article that
all.
was talking about apparently like one of the two suggestions. I didn't hear about the third one that you mentioned, Snowman, but one of the sorry, two of the three suggestions um that Ice Cube offered to pay 5 mil for. I heard like the rapper Lil Durk was like, yeah, I got 10 mil on her to get in that league.
I didn't hear the name.
Little Dirt.
Lil
From
Durk.
Chicago.
Lil
You
Durk.
should know about Lil Durk. You don't know about Durk from O Block?
The rapper?
Who the bloody fuck is that?
He's from Chicago.
One of the most popular rappers currently.
Right now.
Apparently, popularity has a different definition. I'm old and I'm old school, and I don't know who the hell that is.
Lil Durk,
Yeah.
he's a drill rapper, but he's one of the most popular rappers currently.
Yeah, exactly,
Rapper,
exactly.
so,
What you just said, drill rapper, drill rapper.
all that disrespectful shit. I don't want to go into the
Whatever.
disrespectful rapper.
Kevin.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Nope. Furthermore, this young man can be a big fan, can say what he wants and hedge his bets and whatnot, but that's your first mistake. What made you think he was relevant to the conversation? Secondly,
one more time, Kevin.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
nope. Furthermore,
I'm not sure.
I mean, secondly, you know, Ice Cube has talked about how he's being, blocked out by the NBA. When he's saying we're not competition for the NBA, we're complementary.
Bullshit.
But
Because if they were look, this is my plight with the WNBA. I covered the league for 4 years. I know the struggles. I've seen the talent go through the WNBA because I covered the Chicago Sky for 4 seasons. It's pretty simple. You had stars from day one. Cynthia Cooper, anyone? Tina Thompson, anyone? You had a dynasty, but you chose to contract the team. If you were complimentary to the WNBA, and I blame David Stern and now Adam Silver for this, you'd have forked over the money and the marketing.
Who is right there? Right there. Who is who is responsible for the marketing in the WNBA? Who's
Exactamundo.
helping them get the endorsements? Who's the broadcasting deals and such? I know the women they're complaining about need better pay so they don't have to go overseas and such. Otherwise, you don't have to worry about. Otherwise, we would have another Brittany Griner situation.
Dear God, no.
Yeah, I said it. And by the way,
And I'll continue to say.
here's the
Wait,
irony about
talking
that.
about that
Yeah,
dude, Brittany Grinder.
yeah. Here's the irony about her. Like I mentioned this before. This woman, first of all, prior to all the situation, was on her second marriage. Her first marriage was with Glory Johnson, who had two children, and she, in Arizona court, told her she's responsible for those children, so she has to pay child support. So do you realize, in order to avoid falling behind on her child support payments and avoiding jail time in Arizona, she flew to Russia and fucked
She was
around and
making like
found
a
out.
million. She was making like a million or so. Like she was making some money.
In Russia, yeah, in the Russian league, yeah.
Yeah.
In the Russian league. But just like I said, most of her teammates said we're not going, and they told her don't go. Everybody told her don't go. Like everybody said, that her first mistake was breaking the law. No, her first mistake was boarding that plane. Nobody knew she was coming.
Mm-hmm.
All the other teams, all the players, and this is why I don't give a fuck about everybody saying, well, she should have been. Well, I thought she had the door. This, that, and that. I hate when I understand everybody saying she broke the law. She shouldn't have done it. No, her mistake was she got on the plane.
She got
Being a
on
fucking
that
idiot.
plane. She
Yes.
defied her
Wrong place, wrong
teammates'
time.
advice.
Her
She
teammates
was in the
were
wrong
right.
place. Hold on,
Her
wait.
agents were right.
Neighbor. She was in the wrong place,
Sorry.
wrong time, and fucked around and found out.
Yeah, like
Mm-hmm.
her mistake wasn't she got on a plane. She got onto a plane and went to a country where they had different laws, and she was trying to bring her laws
On
from
top,
her
no,
country
wait a
over
minute,
there.
Andre. On top of the fact that Russia was in the middle of that conflict with Ukraine, and
Yep.
Exactly.
and the U.S. is involved.
So that's on
Andre, here's the
that's
thing
on her.
you're forgetting. Yeah.
She
Andre,
did
you're
that.
forgetting something. Go ahead, Dave. Sorry, Snowman, if I may.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to know what I'm forgetting.
Andre,
Please tell me.
what you don't understand is like with professional athletes, when especially if they're if they're like in a league overseas, and you see this a lot with soccer players, when they travel when they're heading to the country where they're playing professionally, they don't book the flights themselves.
Mm-hmm.
If they do book the flights themselves, they have handlers waiting for them
Well,
at the
like,
aircraft. Would
like,
you
neighbor,
wait a minute? Oh, I'm getting
you
to
going past
that.
the, you
Okay,
going
okay,
past the
okay.
point.
All right, everybody, calm down. All right, go ahead, neighbor.
Andre, please just hear me out. They have handlers, you know what I'm saying? And in Russia, just like in Europe, other countries, Europe, there's going to be somebody there to receive them, so they don't have to go through the bullshit with customs and everything. And not to mention how corrupt Russia is. She came
Mm-hmm.
there on her own accord without notifying the team that she was coming. So they had no idea she was coming. Because if they did, they would have scrambled and had somebody there to pick her up and make sure that she wouldn't have had the vape shit, the vape pen bullshit or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But wrong place at the wrong
All
time.
that would have been in place had they known
Yes.
she was coming over to
All that
Russia.
would have been
All
in
that,
place. To know she was
all
coming.
the logistics would have been in place. Period.
Well, let me respond to what he said, because the thing is he's trying to, like, what it sounds like he's trying to, like, push the blame off on other people, but the thing is like, that was her whole argument that I
No.
heard. Like, let me finish, bro. Like, that was the argument that I heard, was that she's talking some I flew to Russia many times and other countries, and I had my vapes and stuff like that, but at that current time, well, not just at the current time, it was illegal the whole time, but they never paid attention to her like before that. But at that time when she got caught up was when there was a conflict going on. So yes,
Yes.
she
That's
might have
her
got
fault.
away with it in the past, but at that
And
current
there was a
time,
travel advisory about the U.S. Embassy. Let's not forget about that.
Well, and I think
But I'm not
name
shifting the blame
She's
from
still in a
her.
legal
I'm
contract.
not relieving her of responsibility. That's the thing, Andre. I'm not saying. I'm saying. I'm explaining how she fucked up. I'm explaining that had she gone through had she booked the flight, did the things the proper way instead of being all high and mighty entitled, because let's not forget this motherfucker is 6'8", so she has her fucking head up in the clouds as
Well,
well as up in her
Her
ass.
ass.
Okay,
like name a
okay. Let's switch the topic because we all agree she
Oh
fucked
no,
up.
no, no! I'm not upset. I'm not upset. I'm not angry. Just trying to explain to Andre what I'm talking about.
well, like
I think he
I'll leave
misheard
it
me.
as like you're trying to say that there was no proper way. It's illegal in their country. There is no proper way.
Well, you know what I think it
No, I'm
is
saying
too is like the entire time
oh, go ahead.
they knew what she was doing,
Mm-hmm.
but to sort of name his point,
Mm-hmm.
I think it was just they decided we're going to use this as a political weapon. So
Yeah,
we're
Yes.
gonna pull our card right now. I think if it
Mm-hmm.
wasn't, they knew what they're doing, and even in sort of to name his point, we'll play the extreme devil's advocate. If they wanted to, they could have just put something in her bag if they wanted
Yeah.
to, and so that's why you don't really go
I
to
did
those
have
kind
a
of
question
countries.
for AB and Aquatech if he's still here. What would you suggest that I get my daughter in, like in terms of coding? Because I have her in a coding program right now, and apparently she's just playing coding games, but she seems to like it. And I
Mm-hmm.
was just like,
uh, Python.
Python.
Yeah,
One thing you can do too, like
Well, thank you for the advice.
that's a real easy thing to do is all the browsers. Like I don't know if you ever like right clicked and done like inspect
Because
element inside
like
of the browser.
that would be like, cause I got her signed up for this program, and like her
Mm-hmm.
mom's been taking it
um,
after I signed
yeah.
her up.
That's more to the HTML JavaScript. I know what you're
Yeah,
talking about.
yeah. That's sort of that's where I was
Like
going.
after I signed her up, well, like her mom's been taking her after I signed her up, but her mom was just like, she's only playing games over there. But then I talked to my daughter, and I'm like, what are you actually doing in the program? And she told me that she's playing coding games. She specifically said that,
Mm-hmm.
Well, real
which
quickly,
I don't know what that is,
quickly,
but
Andre. Like
she
one
specifically
thing you
said
can
that.
do is you can code in the browser, and if you figure out how to do like the inspect element, she can actually like go to Google and play around with like the formatting of the website and the CSS, and it's a good easy way to like get into making websites, and then from there it can
Yeah,
go up and up and up.
yeah, that was the whole thing because I was just like I actually talk to people that are into coding that are professionals in this field, so I'll get a bit of advice from them and come back to you.
May I ask a question regarding in Canada, Andre?
That's good, bro.
Okay, regarding the education system in Canada, do they do like an aptitude test on children?
Yeah, they do. They do it every like 2 or 3 years.
Okay, so when
Well,
has your
that's
daughter
for
undergone that
elementary
aptitude
school. They
test?
do it like every 2 or 3 years.
And has she undergone it? Is my question.
No, she's only in grade 2 right now, so she hasn't got
Oh,
one
it's
yet.
second grade.
So
Okay,
her, yeah, like
because
her,
what I'm
her, like
saying
when she
is
gets
like
her
if
first
she
one's
has
gonna
an
be next
accident.
year, most likely.
Okay,
Yeah, hold on.
so
Okay,
if she has an
by the way, 38 watching, like, share, subscribe, super chat, support the podcast.
I think the hardest thing about coding is that it is an actually it's boring, right? And the people that started young that like became really good coders, their dad was a programmer or something, and so they had someone who like was there with them every day, sort of like if you know about Dr. Thunder's story, his dad was a great musician, right? And that's what he basically would say. It's just like I had a world class musician that lived with me, so like while I was practicing every day, he could stick his head in the room and tell me to do this, do that. And so especially at second grade, it's going to be hard to install a like ability to code without someone being there all the time to sort of like stoke that interest. So really finding someone who like can mentor her like on a daily or weekly basis and make it fun is like probably going to be the best thing you can do,
Well,
especially at such a young
maybe
Yeah,
age.
start with their.
yeah.
Sorry, go
Quasi,
ahead.
yeah, Quasi is his cap. My father was a programmer.
Yeah, there
He
you
never
go.
really
Right.
had. He never got the chance to, sit down and really talk to me about when I started. But that was kind of my inspiration for going into the field.
Right? You
Yeah,
write
like
imprint.
I have
Basically.
Very
heard you mention
nice.
that in the past, AB, that your dad was in programming, coding, and all that kind of stuff. I don't know anything about it, so I might be using the wrong terms. My apologies.
So yeah, his language was COBOL, which
Mm-hmm.
is a business
Man, me
language.
and Cobalt had a fight in high school, man.
Yeah, very wordy language. I never
I'm
really got
sorry.
to
Did you
use
say
it too much.
wordy or woody?
Wordy, wordy. It's very
Wordy.
It's very lengthy. It's very lengthy and it's very
Okay.
worthy. If I got to pick a favorite
Okay.
program I love messing with, it was Basic.
Basic, Q,
Mm-hmm.
basic. Yeah, I remember
I
that.
Well,
bet
like
I love Basic. I hated COBOL, and I hated Pascal even worse.
well,
Um,
like
hold on,
basically
wait,
how I
let me get it. Let me finish.
my
Speaking of
apologies.
basic, Visual Basic. Um, I could program it, but I avoided it at all costs because I call it the particularly VisualBasic.net. I call it hold your hand.
Hey, the first Monday will be the first 4-hour show for Snowman in the morning, and I'm also putting an afternoon drive show together, and I'm officially going to move it to 8 a.m. So getting a lot of
Uh,
pieces in place, and it will be official. Me
Somebody got
going
a
at
lot of
8
background
a.m.
noise.
in September.
What AB all we talk about is problematic women, and we don't talk about skills and resources.
Uh, um, yeah,
hold
yeah.
on
I
a
would recommend
second.
Python. And Python is Python or JavaScript or both. Whichever one he wants to do first.
You know what would be good too
Snowman.
is if you basically hook her up with Chat GPT and start teaching her how to
Uh,
do prompts and having Chat GPT teach her how to code, because that's really going to be the future, is
You know
Yeah,
using
what's
is
wrong
using
with
Chat
that?
somebody got a
GPT.
lot of background noise.
I don't know what that
hang
is.
on. Hang on. I think that's me. Hang on. Let me check. I think
Yeah,
it's
somebody's in the hospital right now, about to flatline.
no.
Oh, don't do that.
Hmm.
Clear.
But but yeah,
You
like
got a ball.
actually, how I got my daughter into this because she's into a lot of gaming, not a lot of gaming, but she's into some gaming, like the Fortnites and like the one time I seen her, she was playing like a space game or whatever, right? But
Yeah.
basically, like with a game like Fortnite, she wasn't playing like against other people. She was just building stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of like put me onto like maybe she's interested in this. So like I thought maybe this might be good for her. But I told her I'm just like how I got her into the program because like kids aren't going to be interested in doing the complicated stuff. So it's just like you know uh you can make your own game or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what my daughter's doing. She's like designing her own game.
Hmm.
I'm telling you, my daughter's the
I guess
super
it's like
geek.
in, yeah. All right. Andre, have you ever seen your daughter play Minecraft by any chance?
I was going to
She's
Yes,
into
suggest
that
that.
kind of.
I was
yes,
going to
yes. She
suggest
does
that.
play Minecraft as well.
Yeah, especially consider how old was your daughter first of all? Was she 7, 8?
Well, she's 8. Well, actually,
Okay.
Minecraft, I used to be against it, but one of like the older like MGTOW dudes was talking about one of like the OG MGTOW dudes was talking about he made uh my apologies if I get this wrong, but he was saying that he made like a DNA model on Minecraft.
DNA strand. Okay.
Damn.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's
That's
got
unique,
scripting
but
in there. I think you can do some
I've
type of
actually
scripting in the
made
program.
I've actually made some great pyramids with Minecraft.
Nemo, why do you have so much background noise in your mic?
Because he's in the hospital.
Oh, is that what's up?
no,
Fucking
I'm at
around over here.
home. Hold on. Let me check my
You got a lot. You
settings.
got a lot going on there.
I think it's my dehumidifier. Hang on, let me check. Echo
Said he
cancellation.
was in the, whoever said he was in the hospital. Funny, but you ain't shit for that.
How's that?
I'm fucking around, my man.
I know.
How am I sounding right now?
Good.
Better.
That's great.
Yeah, you good now.
Okay, yeah. It's the echo cancellation I just took down on my StreamYard. Yeah, StreamYard gets a little funky with me, something like that. But yeah, sheesh. You want to talk about hospitals? Hey, I, you
Nah,
want to
I
talk
was
about
just fucking
hospitals?
around. I was just fucking around, bro.
I don't want to talk.
No,
I
no,
don't want to
no.
see the inside. If I can help it, Lord willing, I don't want to see an inside. I don't want to see another inside of a hospital ever.
Understood.
You should see me.
I've I've seen enough hospitals, man.
Unfortunately, Snowman, you know you're gonna have to see the inside of one, especially every
I
once a
know
year. We
I
gotta
have to
go get the
do.
test.
I still have MRIs to do over the years.
Uh,
I know I got to see the inside of a hospital many times over. I
Yeah,
know.
I gotta do a physical in a little bit.
yeah,
So whatever.
I'm due for a colonoscopy, and I'm like,
Man,
okay, round two. I've been
colonos-
through one before, so it's not that
colonoscopies suck. I mean,
bad.
here's what happened when I went through when I did my colonoscopy.
hmm
They originally had me on a waiting list. This was like right after my surgery. I want to say this was November after my surgery. They
uh-huh.
had me on a waiting list until March of 2023. And Jody and I looked at each other and went, no, we got to find out what's going on right now. So they bumped everything up and they said, can you be here in 48 hours? And we're like, yes. They gave me this horrible drink that I had to down like I had down like 3 rounds of it. And
And you
I'm
couldn't eat
going,
anything.
I couldn't eat a thing. I
Yeah, it's the
couldn't eat
Pico Prep. I think it's called Pico Prep. That's what it is. I've had that.
whatever the hell, whatever the hell it was. It was nasty. It
Hey, it
was
cleaned you out.
nasty. It man sure did. It did its
Oh,
job.
that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry to do this with Snowman, but I'm a fool for this for doing this. But Snowman in the morning is brought to you by Clearwater Laxative. When things get
You
muddy,
a fuck
Clearwater is
nut
your friend.
mess. You fuck nut. Quit.
And,
But it
and
did it.
bum leg
It did do it.
orthopedic. The only thing keeping
Gosh,
in a lot of
Well,
people's legs intact. So, Snowman,
I'm not doing it now because I'm about
well,
to step on out of here.
like to
how if I do it for you then?
but but it got me through it. I don't know how the hell I kept downing it, and my wife, bless her heart, kept me on schedule for downing that drink. And I tried to sleep. I couldn't stay off the toilet for the life of me.
Oh damn, one of those, huh?
It was
The big
bad.
rumbling.
It
They
was
had to clean you up thoroughly,
horrible.
man. They need to have a clean view of what's going in there. So
True,
yeah, I understand.
true. And
The worst part.
you've been
Go ahead,
there,
sorry.
Neymar. I've been there,
Uh,
but man, that drink was nasty.
you should see me. I had to because the colonoscopy was in the next town over, so I
Hmm.
had to stay at a friend's place for it, right? And she was breaking my balls about it the whole time. And this is a friend I knew through my from an ex, and
Oh
and she's
boy.
and she's a nurse. She works as a nurse. Oh no,
Mm,
no, it's cool. It's cool. Everybody's all right. What happened was I was supposed to meet my ex later that day since I told him I was going to be in town. So I take the bus to the hospital, and I didn't have a problem with it. I had fun in it because
right.
I figured, hey, if I'm gonna go undergo this, I might as well grab a couple of medical textbooks and learn about gastrointestinal stuff. Because I'm get to see what my insides look like. But they were. But when I got back and I called them and said I'm done everything, I'll meet you guys later. And these are a bunch of white women that look at me like, so were you traumatized? Did it hurt? Anything like that? I said, no, not really. And I knew they were asking me. They wanted a certain response from me, so I was like, no, not really. Because they were like,
Yeah.
how the hell? Because I was like, only thing I realized is what I realized. I should have been completely prepared for the whole thing. Sometimes
Right.
this is before I learned about the importance of manscaping because I saw the hairs and I was like, oh, I got self conscious, like, ooh.
Mm-hmm.
But
Manscaping is necessary.
how? Yeah, you got. Hey, let's not forget you got to wash your ass. But the problem was
Absolutely.
afterwards. Afterwards, once they pull the cable out, you got all that air still trapped in there and such, and it's got to go out one way or another.
Uh-huh.
Bruh, we're going down a weird rabbit hole.
Yeah, let's change the subject.
It was.
Change,
I mean, listen,
please. Can we get a
it was a
can we
rabbit
can,
hole.
can we get a
Yeah, let's
change up,
change.
please? AB, can we get a change
Well,
up?
like
Okay.
like the brother Noir, how you doing, bro? Ah, you left out. Brother Noir, how you doing?
I'm good, y'all. I was just not trying to be rude and then jump in people's conversation. That's why I was quiet.
Brother Noir, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Yes.
can hear you. What's good,
Yeah,
bro?
Yeah, you good.
what I was saying was that I didn't want to jump up in anybody's conversation, and be rude. That's why I was being quiet. I was just waiting for a place where I can
Yeah,
come in.
we're just talking shit here. So
Oh,
you're good.
We're doing our usual on a Saturday night, talking shit, having fun.
all right,
Yeah,
cool.
according to
yeah,
some
bro.
people, all we do is talk about women, but whatever.
No, according to many, all we do is talk about black women. Let's get it right, AB.
Yeah, that's true. Black women.
Wait a
I
minute,
mean,
just a
normally y'all
And
moment
see me
that's
ago.
in
according,
Charlie's Stream
wait a minute,
anyway.
and that's according to the populace.
Well,
Don't know what the fuck the
Wait, wait.
populace. Don't know what the fuck the populace is, but hey, that's what they said.
let's let the
So,
brother Noir jump in because he's a cool dude.
Say again.
No, jump in, bro.
Okay. Now I wanted to ask Andre some questions about the coding stuff.
Go ahead.
Yeah, for your daughter, like, what is her favorite subject?
Her favorite subject?
Yeah.
I'm not sure actually.
Okay, because that's going to determine what she should probably be doing in like any form of computer science. Because yeah, I
That's
understand that you
true.
want her to.
True,
I,
that is true.
I do understand that you want her to go into coding. I mean, but there's other fields within computer science, cybersecurity, and things like that that will probably pique her interest and actually keep her interest. Because coding
That,
is.
that that's actually a good question that you asked. I'm gonna ask her that tomorrow. Find out what her favorite subject is. Because my whole
Okay.
thing was that, like, basically, I was getting her into coding not because I thought that that would be her field that she'll go into, but I'm just trying to expose her to different stuff and have her at the top of her game. And I have said this shit. I'm not doing this so she could be strong and independent and all this bullshit. I'm doing this so she could actually have conversations with dudes that are higher tier, you know.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
my goal.
No,
But
you're
that
not wrong
that
too,
was a good
because
question.
knowing
I
how to
appreciate
code,
you asking me that. So I'm
yeah,
gonna
because
ask her that tomorrow.
knowing how to code too, like even just on a basic level, like you can go into project management, and
Yeah.
really good project managers, like they couldn't jump into the programming code, but when you're
Mhm.
explaining, like, oh, if they're saying like, oh, we found this bug or we're trying to do this feature, and then you're explaining maybe why it's hard to do the feature or what you need, they understand, right? Really good project managers understand, oh, it's Linux or it's this dependency, or they can speak the language, and knowing how to code will sort of get you there. And project
Yeah.
managers make a lot of money.
And while we're
Mhm.
talking about knowing how to code, for the love of God, and I know this is a hard concept for some black people to get. For the love
Uh-oh.
of God, you have to know how to fail. There is
Um,
no
isn't,
such
isn't that
thing.
the isn't that the first thing you have to? Oh, wait a minute. I'm talking logically. I'm sorry. I interrupted. I'm sorry.
No, I have to say this to black people because some black people are hard headed. You have to know how to
True.
fail and how to read your error list and find your bugs.
Mm-hmm.
Failing is part of the process. I fail
Um,
all the time
yeah.
when I'm writing programming, when I'm writing software. Sometimes the program runs. Sometimes the program crashes because there's a bug somewhere, or you forgot to forgot to instantiate something.
Or there's an incorrect command.
Yeah,
Or there's an incorrect command. I programmed for a while, but there's something there is something incorrect somewhere, and it'll fail.
But what's great about programming too, like especially if you're doing your own projects, because then you can architect the whole system. Like when you get really good at it, you're starting to learn how to think like a general, really. Like, because it's not even about technology or functions or anything programming like that. It's learning to look at a problem and then break it down to the smallest components, and then how to put those things together.
And then from there, gathering components, the components you need for a solution.
Right, exactly. Because everything in life is based on systems, and the smallest unit of a system is you have some type of input, you process that input, and then there's an output, right? You eat some food, you process the food, it turns into energy, and you poop it out, right? Like everything in the world is that universal structure, right? It's like a function. What you put in the function and what comes out of the function. And then learning how to stack together a bunch of those functions to say, like, okay, I'm at this initial state. We're trying to win this war. This is our initial state. These are how many people I have in the battle. This is how much munitions I have. This is all the stuff that I have to feed my army. What's the process that I need to go through to get to the point where we win? And maybe you can't look at we can't like say, how do we win the whole war? It's like, what are the individual battles that we'll need to do in order to win the war, right? It's pretty much the same thing as programming.
It's something I go through a lot as a broadcaster. There are some pieces that work, and there are some pieces that don't work. Like right now.
Can I say this real quick? Like Charles is trying to come up. Can you drop the link for him?
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can drop it. I think I did this right.
Come on.
And like, you really got to learn how to think about it's not about just like how can things go right. The hardest thing about programming, like for being a big boy and you're programming in the big leagues, it's like all the ways things can go wrong. That's what most of the programming, like when you're making a software, that's what you're mainly programming for. It's just like, what if someone tries to hack here, or what if you get the wrong input there, or most of your code is dealing with what if things go wrong.
I tell people this all the time. Programming for yourself is easy. Programming for normal people is where it gets hard as fuck.
Exactly. Because normal people will do things that you wouldn't even expect. You're like, why the hell would you type that in there? It says email. Why would you put a phone number or this and that? But it's like you have to think 30 steps ahead, because when you release something out to the public, they're going to do all types of crazy shit. I mean, Andre, you probably know this. Even in video games, a lot of new video games have all types of like security protocols to make sure that people aren't doing crazy shit in the multiplayer, right? So that they're not using extra computers or extra software to cheat. And it's always a cat and mouse game, because like really good hackers will just spend their whole day figuring out how to get a cheat into the video game, right? And then the video games company's like, oh crap, we found another exploit.
Like I actually had friends that were hackers.
Yeah.
That they could do some shit. I still have them as friends. Yeah, they could do some shit. And like games where they're very strict on that kind of stuff, but they know what they're doing, so they could do it. Basically, like I'm playing games where you're playing like ranked and stuff like that, where it's really hack proof. Like it's supposed to be hack proof, but they're still hacking that. And like people that could like actually, like they could mess with people's routers and stuff is what they were doing.
Yeah.
Like on the one hand,
it's like I was saying with me with.
No, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
It's the same with me with broadcasting. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff and equipment that I have to use, and the equipment can be the equivalent of the program. There's a lot of error handling, and I think it was Aquatechy who said it. There's a lot of error handling that you have to do, and know
Sure.
how and know how to do and know how to get through.
Yep, you gotta know how to read your errors, find out where it's at, and fix the problem if you can, or program
Mhm.
around it with the try catch block. Oops, did I say that out loud?
Like
Say it
I want to
again.
say, yeah, I want to thank Nora Truth again for asking me that question of what subjects that she likes. I never asked her. I never thought to ask her that question. What subject she likes. I was more trying to expose her to just different things and just trying to see what she likes. But like, I
Hmm.
haven't actually asked her what she actually likes. I haven't done that.
Now,
So I appreciate you asking the question.
now, I've actually done some mobile programming, and to their credit, it's a little easier to program for people because they have specific. When you're programming text boxes, they have specific text box types. So when
Okay.
so when, so when a user, like, let's say you need to type in a number, there's
Hmm.
there's a way you can program it where a certain keyboard will show up on your user's device when they, you put in something. It keeps them from putting in stupid shit.
Isn't
Mostly.
that scripting more than coding, right?
Yeah.
Mm, No, it's still coding.
Okay.
A lot of your phone apps, there's not much difference between that and software programming on your computer. The only real difference, is the chipset
Okay.
and the framework that's being used.
Oh yeah, I forgot they don't use the word BIOS anymore.
Did you just say the difference is the chip stack, AB?
I ain't heard that in years. I haven't heard BIOS in years.
I'm a computer guy, by the way. That's why I know this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, the only real difference in the chipset is you either program for x86 or ARM. Well,
Hmm.
in the next few years, everything's going to go to ARM, but
Oops, did he say that aloud?
yeah, that's what the M1 technology is based off of.
Oops, did he say that aloud?
I sent you the link, Charles.
I need to look
Luckily,
into that.
when you're just making an app, just like the normal apps that you see, that you really don't have to go so low level where you're worried about the chipset or anything. But
Right.
it does start to matter when you're doing the higher performance stuff, like
Oh yeah, when
because
you're
it'll
doing
matter
graphics, it does matter.
exactly because
Hmm.
you might not, it might, like when you're programming in C or C++, like the chipset you're on might not have the dependencies that you need to do whatever kind of calculation you're doing, whatever. But that's for the highest level type stuff right there.
Oh yeah, memory management. I've tried to get into that. It's still a mystery to me, but
I ain't gonna lie, I got out of coding. It got too boring, way too boring.
Yeah, I mean that's the downside of it. It's like
Yeah.
it's what I do
yeah.
all day. I do it for like 14, 15 hours a day, and it's like it's because I'm making money and I'm able to be an adult and shit. Is that it keeps me going? But it's like you want to
Hmm.
just stab your eyes out every day because it is very, very boring.
Yeah, I went to graphics design. I still program, don't get me wrong, but I went to graphics design because I'll be upfront. I didn't want to take a job working on people's old software for the rest of my life.
You talking about Geek Squad or you talking about
No,
application?
programming jobs, you're working on old, outdated software and maintaining old and outdated software. And I didn't want to do that for 20 or 30 years.
Oh, that's understandable.
This is kind of a side note, and I wanted to bring this up to Snowman. I haven't done any research on this, so I need to look at this. I should have looked before I asked you this, but have you thought about doing content about other sportscasters, like doing exposés on different sportscasters? Like, because I don't know if there's a lot of people doing stuff about the actual sportscasters and the history of different sports, like of different newscasters, because that could parlay into like actually being able to talk to like a Stephen A. Smith or I don't know, or whoever, right? Like, because you're doing content about the people who are
Yeah,
talking about the
just a
sports.
minute, brother. I got 36 watching. You like, share, subscribe, put some respect on my button. Hit the cash app, support the show. Hit the super chat, support the show. We give y'all information that should be behind the wall somewhere with some of the stuff we're talking about, especially with programming.
You know what my wife asked me when we went down to Louisville? We were discussing our hopes and dreams and what we want to do when we move and get to the next spot. And she said, "You never told me what you really, really wanted to do. I know what you want to do personally, but if there's something that you really wanted to accomplish." And finally, I just opened up and spoke and I said, "Yeah, I want to open a play by play academy."
Mm.
And her eyes lit up. And all of a sudden, she just launched. And I love her for this. And she says, "How do you want to do it? How do you want to put it together? Do you want to do it virtually? Do you want to do it in person?" And then she made the suggestion, if you do it, don't have more than 6 students.
That's a great
Mm.
suggestion. Keep it
So I'm
small. You have to
launching.
start small.
I'm launching it this fall.
I think that's a great idea because it's
Um,
all about getting in where you can sort of fit in, and like talking about the broadcasting, right? It's just like I
yeah.
don't think a lot of people are talking about that actual subject because you can still talk about the sports and what happened like last week, but when you focus on the broadcasters, it might be easier to reach out and touch the broadcasters, and if you can get in touch with them, that then you can get more eyes on what you're doing. That's just,
Yeah.
One of
but
my one of my best friends is the voice of the Colts, Matt Taylor. He's on with me every week during football season. One of my dearest friends is the voice of the Spurs, Bill Schoenig, and I've worked with him a couple times now. So there are some people I know I can reach out to, and I'm going to start promoting that after Memorial Day because I just want to make my mark, not just with me doing my personal broadcast, but with someone that's like really interested in doing it.
Hmm.
facts. And when you interview them, it's like you could be like you're getting game on like how they started and like equipment
Yep,
they're using and how they go about learning how to actually call the games, like techniques and shit, right? Like because that I mean
that's what I'm.
it's
That's
you know
the impact. It right there.
you know
That is one of the biggest impacts I want to leave.
yeah. I think
Right
that's a
there.
huge. I think that's huge because I don't think. Again, I haven't done a lot of research on it, and I'm sure there's some people doing it, but it doesn't seem. That seems like it's greenfield in the sense of you're not going to have a lot of competition, and it's something that you're clearly good at, and you can do. You're doing, and like I said, like like it's easier to talk to the broadcasters than it is to talk to the actual players, right? Like because the
Hmm.
players have tons of people always trying to talk to them, but you can talk
Right.
to the broadcasters, and then you're only one step away from actually then being able to get in touch with so and so.
Yeah,
But really, like because you're just trying to teach the game of broadcasting, I feel like a lot of people will be like, "Damn,
and that's a game I've long wanted to teach
you know,
because I've been in it for almost 30 years.
facts."
I've been in it for almost 30 years. I'm going to have a microphone in front of me or strapped to my head until I die. I know that because it's something that I've loved since 1985 when I heard my first Bulls game on radio and the fellow who gave me the bug. And for those of you who are wondering, look up the name Jim Durham. Look up the names. Let me say names: Jim Durham and Johnny Kerr. Those are the guys that got me started. And I want to take that and everything I've learned over the years, all the mistakes that I've made, and I want to apply it into an academy. I want to
Hmm.
teach people that and give them a chance with me doing stuff in studio and doing alternative play by play. Now that there's a term for it, I can use this to teach them the game, to teach them how to do it. And I want to do it. I want to teach them that. And when I spoke it and my wife got so excited about it, and now I'm excited about it, and now I'm anxious to do it. I want to launch it after Labor Day. It's going to cost, I will say this up front, it's going to cost like a motherfucker because of all the knowledge that I have and the techniques I'm going to teach, but it's going to be worth it. And then what I can do after I'm done is give them a spot within my company to do some alternative play by play, get their feet wet.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great idea. And don't be afraid, like, you know, in the, you know, we're going back to programming and in the startup world, like time is always of the essence. So like the faster you can get to market with a minimum viable product, like the better, because what you want to do is get it in the real world and get real feedback. Like, because we always have something in our head when we create a product, and then when we actually go to market with it, that's when we learn, like, do people really like this, or what are the tweaks that I can make to do it?
Right.
And, you know, don't be afraid to, like, because you already know a lot about it, like just start something small and just get like one person, like do like, because they'll do beta tests and give it away for free, like, and just do a short 1 month like boot camp, right? And just seeing what works, what doesn't, and then, you know, do a survey at the end, be like, hey, what do you feel like you learned a lot about this? Are you more excited about it? What could I have done better? What did I do well? And the more you can get that real world feedback, the tighter and more ironclad your product's going to be. Because what you don't want to do is spend like a year out in the mountains, you know, coming up with the perfect thing, and then when you finally come to release it, now you're like going back to our talk about error checking when we're doing programming. Like, you want to get that error checking in as soon as possible, because especially because when you're doing something new, you never really know what people are going to respond to.
So true. But I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to do it. Make all the error checks, have all the fail safes and everything. I'm willing to put it all in place.
That's dope. I need to start working on my shit too. I mean, I got several things going on, but, you know, I'll be working all the time. Finding the time to do it is like the worst. Being married and having time for your private
and
life.
that's why y'all. That's why y'all need to support the laptop fund so I can get back to doing it. Hit the super chat, support the show.
Yeah, I was just having a conversation with a friend who's actually a social worker, and he talks to like disabled people and stuff like that.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I was a little bit distracted.
It's all right. It's all right. Yeah, but I'm definitely going to open this academy. I may open it sooner than the fall, just to test, just like Drama Bear said, just to test it, because I know a few people that have asked me as such.
Yeah.
So I'm going to test it.
Yeah, you're already a master of it. You know what I'm saying? It's you know, you can start just making content with it, and you just start, you know, and just get one person, you know, whoever, like, you, hey, I'm doing a beta test for a boot camp, and see if you can get some people to just come through and just do a short 2, 3, 4 weeks, plan it out, and you just go, you know, go from there. But like, I think that's a great idea, because I don't hear a lot of people talking about it. And I mean, after all this time, we've had a lot of history in terms of broadcasting, right? And taking the time to sort of do like exposés on, you know, like you said, the different people that got you involved in it, like being able to maybe do a short 10, 15-minute documentary on it, like getting pictures and you just voice over it. Like, that's just great content to put in the ether, because there's not a lot of people who've done that kind of history on the broadcasters, and that's great SEO if you just have it out there, and over time that's going to get links and views, and the more of those you add up, it's like when you can come to the table and be like, look, I've done docuseries of 100 broadcasters. It's like people, other broadcasters are like, oh damn, that's pretty dope. You know, like, I'd like to do one on you, and, you know, it's a great way to differentiate yourself from everyone else.
The first one I'm gonna do is on my inspiration. That's the late Jim Durham, because he's the reason I got into this. I'm gonna do like a little 10-minute documentary on him. Like I said, I know Bill Schoenig from the Spurs, Travis Deemer from the Portland Trailblazers, Matt Taylor from the Colts, and I'm just reaching out to a lot of broadcasters now, especially in the NFL with the draft coming up. I want to get Mitch Holthus from the Chiefs on my program and just do an interview with him and just start putting my mic to mic series back out there.
That would be dope. That honestly would, because it's like you're obviously still going to be talking about sports and the last game, right? You're still going to be able to do that, but people love talking about themselves. And I'm sure a lot of broadcasters feel like they might not get the love that they may or may not deserve. And putting that spotlight on them, man, I feel like there's something there,
like,
right?
Well, people in general like love talking about themselves. Like
Yep.
that's what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, you got to improve
I'm
it.
about to send it. I'm about to send a tweet message to Mitch Holthus right now. He's the voice of the Chiefs. This is how I got Matt Taylor on my show. So why not?
Yeah, just do it, man. Do it. Just because it's all about just action and then just starting. Because there is no perfect way to start, right? And
Mm-hmm.
as you go on,
Yep.
just keep notes, keep a daily diary of like, okay, this is what I did, this is what I could do better, and just as you go on, you're going to get better at doing it. But you're already a master at doing it, right? And so now you're just trying to build something up to
Mhm.
teach people the thing that you're a master of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, take that leap of faith, man.
Brother Charles, I know you're listening. You a cop. I know you're always listening.
Yeah, Charles is listening. There's now y'all got my brain turning, and I'm gonna be up a while just reaching out to man. And I already got the opening and closing from Mike to Mike.
Mm-hmm.
I've honestly been thinking about trying to tell you this for a while because it came up to me and I'm like, because you do your play by play. I'm like, this is awesome. I'm like, what? And it just got my brain thinking. I'm like, wow, if you could do something about broadcasters, there's just not a lot of people doing it. And again, because there aren't a lot of people doing it, like that could lead up to getting an interview with Stephen A. Smith, a JJ Redick, or whoever. And it's just
Mm-hmm.
like once you get there, it's like, damn, you're out of here, right? That's when the views start going up. Right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm reaching out to a lot. I'm reaching out to a lot of people. I've already made contact with Toby Rowland from the University of Oklahoma. He does a 3 hour show every morning, and he's the voice of the Sooners. We're just trying to figure out a time. I've had Pat Hughes from the Cubs on. I've had John Rooney from the White Sox. Now it's time to make this pay off. And I just reached out. I just reached out to Mitch. Fuck it. I'm going. I'm going for it. I'm going with it.
Yo,
you
Charles,
can
you
do it,
there?
man.
Yo, Charles, you there?
Shoot your shot, baby. Shoot your shot.
Always.
Hold on. Hold on. I gotta say it like a Southern grandma. Shoot your shot, baby. Shoot your shot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna
Oh,
roast
my grandma
Charles.
would be disappointed.
Since Charles ain't here, I'm gonna roast him real quick. Charles is busy arresting minorities.
Here we
Dude,
go.
you look like, you know what?
Oh
Dre, you look like flesh and bone. You look like flesh and bone for some reason. You remind me of flesh and bone.
Yeah, the one that went to jail.
I look
ouch.
like
Hey, they've all been to jail. Hey, they've all been to jail one time or another. So leave it
Mhm.
alone. But I'm just saying, flesh and bone remind me of him.
We had talked about
At
Chat
least,
GPT earlier.
hmm
uh-huh.
I just used it to do my description and my hashtags for my live stream for tomorrow
Yep.
for
Mm-hmm.
the national championship.
Everybody should be
Cool.
using ChatGPT at this point. Like if you aren't
Yeah.
using it,
It's become
you're
a weapon.
wasting your time. Yeah, you're wasting your
It's
time.
become a weapon.
You should don't just Google anything. Google it and go to GPT and ask it
well, like
whatever
the
you're
only
doing.
time I, the only time I've used Chat GPT, I never actually used it, but like I just wanted to test it,
Yeah.
like, and I was just testing it versus like what a bitch said,
Hmm.
and I didn't like the response that came back from Chat GPT, so I was like, I'm good on that.
No,
Oh, shoot,
it's
man, I'm gonna start using ChatGPT to write my classes, man.
yeah.
Because because
I'm
I
gonna do
use
the
it.
same when I open
hold on, wait a
when I
minute.
open my.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
When you're writing programs, sometimes you have to write classes to make stuff work.
Facts.
And with ChatGPT, all I have to do is write a proper prompt, and
Exactly.
I'll write that class for me in any language I wish.
Exactly. I use it all day
Speaking
when I'm programming. That's all I do. Like, because it's just a wait. Because what were we doing before? We were Googling. We were going to Stack Overflow. We were doing the
Exactly.
same. We were doing the exact same thing. We were looking for code snippets on Stack Overflow. We were copying them, and then
Mhm,
we're
mhm.
editing them for our specific use case. Now all you have to do is just say, "Hey, this is the thing I'm trying to solve in this programming language. Can you give it to me?" And if you ask for too much, then you just break it down into smaller steps, and it'll just give you each individual class. Now, don't just trust what it gives you. You need to look at it because sometimes it's going to be wrong. And I'll
Yeah.
be like,
Yep.
hey, and I'll yell at it. I'll be like, yo, that's not what I asked for. You'll be like, oh, I'm sorry. and it'll come back and it'll give me the right thing.
Depending on the framework you're working with, you might have to modify that class a little bit, but
exactly. But just why waste time doing it from scratch?
That's what I got from ChatGPT, was that asking it certain questions and coming back and being like, basically they answered the question, but they answered the question and how an AI would answer the question, basically. Is what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah.
Speaking of which,
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry if I may. Just to go a little off tangent a bit and go left here. If you were checking out like Mrs. Z's stream earlier today, when we were checking, and then somebody mentioned that they got into an argument with ChatGPT, and we're like, "What the hell are you doing?" And they were talking about like certain things about ChatGPT, because I know it's a useful tool, but we got to be careful not to rely on it too much, because sometimes you got to do the heavy lifting on your own. You know what I'm saying? As much as it's good, it still has its drawback, and being too reliant on it can sometimes not anesthetize, but what do they call atrophy certain muscles in your mind or in your hands or shit like that. Because sometimes you might want to say, sometimes I love ChatGPT, but sometimes just to keep the muscles working, those certain muscles working, I gotta do this Google search. I gotta do this
actually, like GG was making the argument before where he was talking about he used ChatGPT and he asked it this very specific question. If you know GG, Dr. GG.
Yeah.
So yeah.
PhD motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly. So he actually asked ChatGPT a question and
stay off the weed, Andre. You're losing your thoughts and concentration because of it.
When I was making this thought, this chick was calling me, so I had to like decline the call. So I forgot my
dude. Say no to the hose. Stay off the pum pum. In that case, don't give me any openings, man.
No, Naima, I think you're right about. So I think you have to divide it into two things, right? Like there's like you're trying to get work done. You're trying to get work done to get work done, and in that case, I would say it's just like an engineer. An engineer wouldn't do the mathematics by hand. They would just use a calculator or a program or whatever, right, to get the work done because they're trying to achieve it. Right, exactly. But when you then go back home and you're like,
my dad was a civil engineer, so I know what you mean.
Yeah, exactly. But when you go back home, it might be beneficial for you to I'm going to do the math by hand because I want to get better at intuitively learning the math, right? But
exactly.
I think what we got to be careful is like the time that we're in truly is different. Like there's been no other time like this in history. And what we want to do is we want to embrace the technology because we want to push it as far as we can. And AI is going to be very integral in that. Now, the issue is just that we have a lot of bad actors, one, and then we have a lot of holes in our society in terms of teaching people the right thing. But I mean, the hope is that in 100 years and 1,000 years that the AI is integrated in everything and it's really helping us just be more creative. Because what we have to remember, like these AIs are just language models based on past knowledge, right? Like everything that it knows, it's basically the refuse from our brain, right? It's eating the waste from our brain and then turning it into stuff. It's not necessarily creating anything new. And again, against the whole universe of complexity, just like we were talking about in programming, like you have to program all the things that can go wrong. The AI is going to run into things that it doesn't know. There's all types of things in reality that you can't anticipate. There's always going to be that next thing, like, oh shit, and you got to program for it, right? And
exactly, that's right.
So that's what we're here for. We're here for going into the meat space, making mistakes, being like, oh shit, this is what we got to do better next time. Putting that into the AI, and the AI gets tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. So it's always going to need us, right? So so I think it's just learning how to integrate that into what you're doing to push it even further.
without losing the muscle memory of doing it by hand and whatnot.
Exact,
And this is
exactly.
not just and not just we're not just talking about computer science here, folks. This goes into all other aspects of STEM. This goes into engineering. I'm talking about this is also in chemistry, in physics, in even in the arts. Sometimes you know you want to stick to the formula, but sometimes you want to look into the formula and see the intricate aspects of it and realize, okay, what can I tweak here? What can I tweak there to improve it a little bit better? But I also have to make sure that the tweaks I make are going to be beneficial in the long run, as well as just also as a short, not just short term. Because let's not
Exactly.
forget, we're dealing with the society, we're dealing with societal, carrot and sticks here, right? And unfortunately, we're in a time where people have shorter attention spans. People want things, instantly, which is one of the drawbacks of having something like ChatGPT, which is beneficial, but also can have the drawbacks and can be misused and abused. And other
Yep, I
programming like
agree.
this can be misused and abused. So
I agree.
as much as I want to put, as much as it should be pushed, we also have to understand, hey, wait a minute, let's make sure we have certain safeties here. Let's make sure we have certain levels of ethics applied to this. Not morale, but ethics.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh, I
sometimes you
100%
need to
agree.
look into the structure of these things. Huh?
No, no,
I
I
agree.
100% agree with everything that you're saying. You know, I
Yeah.
think
Oh, by the
like,
way, I appreciate the devil's advocacy thing. The devil's advocacy on your part, if I'm a drama bear, because seems
oh
sometimes
yeah,
certain
no
things I
problem.
say can be misunderstood or misinterpreted. But then again, I'm usually misunderstood at times. Nobody's
No,
fault.
I mean this is great. Like this, man. I think everyone on this panel is very intelligent and make up great
Hmm.
points. So that's why like I'm joining because it's great having these conversations. And it's I brought this up. I don't know if I brought this up last week. I think the problem is right now we have a lot of people who are in Congress or in power that don't really
Hmm.
understand how the technology works and then what is the benefits, like real benefits from the ground level all the way up. Like they're just looking at it as cash
Hmm.
grabs, like, and so that's why we have these
Yes.
algorithms on these social media platforms that are just selling
Hmm.
ads. And most of the time what they'll do
Yes.
is like you'll buy something and then they just serve you the ad
Hmm.
to the thing you just bought. Like, why would you serve me the ad for something I just bought? You're wasting everyone's time. But they don't care because as long as they're showing the metric that they're showing someone who's interested in the product, the
Hmm.
ad, the advertiser has to pay, right? And so this the
Hmm.
whole way we right now, everything at the root of all evil right now, it truly is our money system, and it's
Mm-hmm.
because
Yes.
we attach this metric to everything. So you can just go like say, I'm going to tear down a bunch of trees. I'm going to destroy this whole
Hmm.
ecosystem over here, convert it to dollars, and now I can go to Miami, buy a house, have strippers, get blow, go crazy. When really
Mm-hmm.
all these different kinds of valuable things that we use should have their own sort of currency, like you right. So because each thing
Mhm.
should have its own way of counting, because you're able to just cheat the system by creating these crazy social media algorithms, cashing in, getting money,
Mhm.
and then using it to buy
Mhm.
something really valuable, right? And then
Yeah.
you're able to distort your power in the economy.
Let me sidetrack. Let me build something up. Let me backpack on that one. Not backpack, but let me bring something interesting on that. What you said,
Let me step
especially with
out of the
Congress and
way.
everything.
Yes, I'm going to say good night, and I want to
Okay.
say thanks to y'all for
Yeah. Good night.
having.
All right.
Sleep
Thanks,
well,
Indy,
brother.
for
God
having
bless you,
me
the
on.
wife.
Bye. And
God bless
don't
the children.
forget to
Definitely,
do some. And don't forget to do some blow. Everybody deserves some blow.
man.
Mhm.
As I was
Charles,
saying,
I want to let me leave this for y'all. Check out my latest chapter of Diary of a Mad Snowman. It's very personal, and the
we
men
will.
need to listen to it.
Mhm.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Put the link in the chat. Ugh.
Hmm.
Do that
Oh,
right now.
Snowman,
Yo,
Snowman, if I may, before you leave, I have to tell you, at least you were not institutionalized and shit. Because I can tell you some stories. I've been institutionalized at one time, but I did it on my own accord. So they kept me for 3 days, and I left out
uh,
on my own
I
accord.
did.
That was a good
I
thing.
did too. I did too. I'm talking about
Good,
that
good.
next after I do the game. After I do the game tomorrow, I'm talking about that next.
Mhm. Oh,
The
I hope we
7
can
days
chop it
I
up about
spent
that because
the 7 days I spent in Michigan City. What led to it,
okay.
what started it, and the links
Hmm.
in the chat. That's the latest Diary of a Mad Snowman. And if y'all can
Hmm.
continue to help my family, let me put the Let me put the Cash App plea there also. If anybody can support to help get us through, I appreciate it. I'm going to say good night.
Okay.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Good night, brother.
And don't
Okay.
forget,
So,
Good
he'll
as
night.
I
tell
was
you the story.
saying,
He'll tell you the stories when he was in Mexico back in the day for entertainment purposes.
oh, as I was
What?
saying,
Well,
McDrama
what?
Bear, Andre, please.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry,
listening.
brother, but what you were saying basically is like, we are now in the digital age, but we still have several generations, previous generations still around who are still stuck in the analog era. They're
Exactly.
still stuck in the analog. Now, the thing is, however, the problem is like for those of us who are millennials and Gen Xers, we are the best of both worlds. We've been through the analog era and we've been in the digital era. The
Yep.
problem is the younger generation do not understand the analog era. They don't have a learned appreciation. They don't have a sense of appreciation of technology and whatnot. This is
Hmm.
why, like me, sometimes I like to go back into the analog era to remind myself where I come from, what is it, why I still do certain things. As much as I love the
No.
technological advancements, the thing is, however, that the speed at which the advancements are coming, it overwhelms you that you end up
Hmm.
developing like a sense of sensory overload at times,
Hmm. Hmm.
especially the older you get.
Hmm.
Look at the younger generation. They don't do cursive now, right? Do you
Hmm.
remember what it was like writing cursive as well as print?
Yeah,
Now
I
we've
remember
lost
that.
the art of signatures and such. So as much as we're advanced, as much as we're gaining, we have to consider how much are we losing. This is the yin and yang of this whole progression that we're going on. And the trajectory, I sometimes wonder, are we in the right trajectory? Sometimes we need to slow it down a bit because I know we need to advance. But as someone once said, the technology is here, but the society is not where it needs to be to embrace it properly.
Yeah, real, real quick, Namer. I want to have since Charles is up here, I want to have a little fun with him for a minute. Uh, I want Charles to listen to what these heifers are on now, and try not to fall asleep.
Oh, stupid shit. Let me see.
So, ladies, have y'all noticed that the men are begging? They are begging. They went from being red pill super cocky, man, y'all hoes ain't no,
Huh?
y'all hoes ain't no,
Huh?
we don't need that. They went from being that to be, we're all the good women. Y'all need to settle
That's
for
the
us. They are
month
begging,
zero
ladies.
zero
It's
fifty.
every video that I see is a man
Yeah.
begging, a man begging a woman to be with him, begging a woman to lower her standards, begging a woman to settle, begging a woman to be like just begging women. Like it. What happened to the cocky confidence? Where did that go? Like, like I'm trying to figure out why they're begging now. I guess them
Y'all hear
listening to the
something?
podcast bros didn't work. They realized that being delusional didn't work. So now they're begging. And I think it is so hilarious now that they are now begging women at
Jan, this all Charles.
The amount of times that she kept repeating herself was annoying.
I know.
Right,
I know.
exactly. That's why.
I know.
That's why if you look at the actual video I put up, it's just me dozing off trying to listen to her.
What I said
I'm
about
like,
that
oh,
is
what was you saying? I'm gonna go right back to sleep.
like what I said about that is like I can't stand a black woman that exaggerates her words. Like the way she was saying begging, I fucking hate that. 'Cause that's hood rat.
Yeah, she's
Like that's their
masculine.
way that they I want to say conversate with people or communicate with people. Like that's what they do, and
She's
it's
Yeah.
really
projecting
annoying.
anyway, so it doesn't matter. I just thought it was funny. I'm like, oh, we're begging, huh? Okay. I'm like,
No,
nah.
it was funny, but I that to me is like that. It just reminds me of just women that I've dealt with in the past. So it really pisses me off to hear them talking like that.
Because according to them, we're begging. Oh, okay, that's why. I
That's all
told
a
them.
part of. That's all a part of that manifest bullshit that they be on.
Oh
That
yeah,
they think
manifest it and it'll become true. They're trying to manifest this for people, and I'm like, okay, go get a vibrator. Why I care?
Hey Charles, are you still here? Charles, you there?
You probably stepped away. He should be back.
Yeah, you might be
Well,
doing something.
and another thing is it sets up, it's learning to get out of this slave master mentality that I think is really hard in the community, because all people end up doing is they start talking in these slave master mentalities, these bitch ho, pimp ho, like dichotomies. And yeah, there's times when that lens works, but when all you do is you're speaking in terms of who's in the power position and who's in the weaker position, you're setting yourself up. Like, if you don't have the power to maintain your position, you're always in the weaker position. And she's
Yep.
clearly someone who, because she thinks like that, she's always in the weaker position, right? And she doesn't know how to play any other game. And so she's trying to invite you into her game of like begging, and then if you fall for it, it's like she's got you, because that's all she's got is this low level shame.
Well, like, notice
Man,
that she's talking
as I
about,
said earlier, I'm too old for that shit, man.
Yeah,
That shit may have worked in my 20s. That I'm not. Nah, I'm like, nah, I'm good. Yeah, bye. Get a vibrator.
well,
I'm good.
notice that she's talking about men are begging, but she hasn't shown any examples of this.
Oh, there's plenty of examples of women begging for black men on TikTok.
Well, that's what I mean. It's like you can see the reverse, but she hasn't shown any examples of men begging, especially the way that she was exaggerating it, which you would think that there would be a lot of examples to show, but she didn't show one.
And it's just lower intelligence. She's basically translating men having the conversation of saying, hey, like the whole bus driver conversation that they were having with like Ebony, basically like, you should settle, you should deal with the men that are in front around you. And she's twisting that in a very dark, shadowy way. Yeah, she's turning it into, you're begging us to come back to the table. And again, whether it's, you can call it whatever you want. It's basically saying like, you have to be logical and deal in the situation that you're in if we're going to keep the human species going. And they don't understand how much responsibility that they have, like, because the population is going down, like we've been talking about, and no one's telling them at a young age. It's just like, now that you have choice to have abortions and be on birth control and have sex with whoever you want to, you have the whole human race like in the palm of your hand right now. Because unless we're going to go really rewind the clock, it's like we can't, or until we have the artificial wombs, it's like we can't force them to do what they don't want to do. And if the women, if people before them didn't make a sacrifice, they wouldn't have TV and hair products and makeup and gas and internet and cars and shoes and all the things that they take for granted.
Make John Barbera, aren't you married?
Yeah, and my wife is not like that at all.
Sounds a lot like SBE.
Well, as BGS said, we need to bring shame back to the black community. That's the problem.
No,
yeah,
I'm fucking.
No, I get it. No, for me, I don't think it's about. I don't think you're not gonna be able to shame them because they're shameless. The stuff that they're doing, like, you're not gonna be able to shame them. They don't care, right? What it comes down to is they have to responsibly come back to the table and take responsibility for society. Like, okay, we're ready to do our part. Now, we might not be able to lift as much as you, and maybe more of you could go into the oil fields and drill oil because we really don't like that. Some of us might step up, like having that real conversation of like, we're willing to do whatever it takes to keep the society going. There's some things we might not want to do. Maybe you can take it over. But if they're willing to have that adult conversation, like the world's going to be that much better. I mean, that's where we're at. And right now they're just running about, just enjoying the spoils that, that are mainly created by men doing extremely dangerous and hard work to keep everything going.
Yep.
Well, Mick John Baird, there was a detractive space that actually put out some content the other day that was talking about a little bit of SBE is needed. Which I was surprised to hear that. I was very surprised because these are like anti-SBE dudes.
But you know what it is? Shame, blame, and explain. You're shaming the women. You're blaming them for everything, and you're sitting there trying to explain to them everything that's wrong.
They deserve the blame, though. So what's the big deal?
Exactly. But I think the SVE has to come from other women. That's the only way it's going to work, because they only respond to other women, and when other women are holding up a higher standard, even if they don't want to hold up that standard,
I'm just working as shift commander and apparently there was another gun battle in front of the campus.
Oh,
So I gotta
damn.
go see what the
What?
fuck.
Yeah,
Damn.
Charles.
Literally, my old district is outside of the damn campus on the street.
Uh-huh.
I gotta go see
Uh-huh.
what the fuck's up. So I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit.
All right.
Okay.
Be safe.
Stay safe
Shit.
out there, man.
Yeah, be safe,
Yeah.
man.
Oh, by the way, McDrama Bear. I want you to take a good look at my avatar. I had to change my avatar because you said like, women have to play their part and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I've done this many times. You notice it?
Yep, I see a
AB,
woman and a
can you blow it
man.
up for a minute? Yes, a woman and a man. This is where I'm originally from. And
Okay.
this is during our War of Independence from Ethiopian rule. Both men and women
Oh,
fought side by side. Men and women
yeah,
were
she's got
involved in every aspect.
a
Hell,
gun.
I've got aunts who are veterans as well as uncles from that conflict. I mean, I myself and I have some cousins, both male and female, who have served in the military back home. So we understand that responsibility, just like in the Israeli army or in the armies of other countries. But I would say, like, for the women to change and change their trajectory or to pivot and do something, they do so when it is in their best interest. But how many women have the foresight to do so? Because remember, there's a bit of a hive or herd mentality that many have. So if
Mm-hmm.
one starts doing it, then the others will eventually do it. But there are
Mm-hmm.
those who are aware of what's going on, but unfortunately, they will not change because it would negatively affect their bottom line
Mm-hmm.
because they don't know how to change or they're unwilling to pivot. Because if they try to pivot, then you're going to have a certain female that we're trying to say better you from go like, what's the incentive to pivot?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I gotta bring that every once in a while. Better you, we gotta get that incentive for you, brother.
What? Like Neymar, is that you?
What?
I hear a
What do
beep
you
in
mean,
the
Andre?
background. I heard a beep in the background a couple times. I'm hoping it's not you.
No, I don't hear
No, I didn't get beat. I didn't beat.
I heard a beep a couple times. I'm hoping it's not you, but somebody's beeping.
Never
So
mind.
somebody needs to go change that battery.
Oh boy.
It could be. Well, I mean, if there's a beat, that's probably one of my fire extinguishers, or one of my smoke alarms, but not really. I change the battery on that
I didn't
every
hear the
6 months.
beep, so whatever.
I didn't hear no beat. Wait a minute. Hang on a second. How we know it's not Andre's house arrest bracelet going off because he's out of range?
Sorry, I didn't hear what you. I didn't hear what you said. What'd you say?
Do you have a house arrest anklet by any chance? Because maybe that's beeping because you're out of range.
No, I've been out of trouble for a long time. Well, ever since I had my daughter, actually. That's what
Good
stopped me.
move. Good move. Good move.
Yeah.
Good move.
Like,
Oh,
yeah, my
but
daughter's in my life, so I stopped everything.
yeah, that'll change. That'll change. You remember the first day you held your daughter? You remember being
I
at her birth when she was born?
yeah,
Do you remember the day she was born?
I actually cut her umbilical cord.
Yes. Yeah. There's a reason I'm bringing this up here, folks, because there's a documentary I mentioned before called The Biology of Dads, and if you got to watch that, man, because you have no idea how important you are in your daughter's life. And it's been proven that single fathers are better parents than single mothers.
Yep.
You have a profound. You know that your presence or absence determines that when she starts progressing into puberty and such. Did you know that, Andre?
Well, sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you know that as a father, your presence as well as your relationship with your daughter determines how she progresses through puberty and into adulthood?
Yes, I do know that, but like, I did read that book, like, like Laws of Human Nature by like Robert Greene. He was talking about like basically, um, like daughters have a
Um,
closer
yeah,
relationship to their father, and sons have a closer relationship with their mother when they're younger, but in the end, they're
that's not
gonna
what I
see
mean.
like the same
That's not what I mean.
gender.
That's not what I'm talking about, man. Look up Sarah Dunham, University Durham in England. Durham, Durham,
Put,
University
put it in the
Durham.
back chat for me. I would appreciate that.
Oh, hang on. Let me find the link for Biology is That's the BBC documentary. Because in the second half,
Mm-hmm.
they talk about how fathers affect children from what you call. I think I'll post it in the not in the back chat, but I'll post it in like in the community
Well,
in the
like
screen chat.
part of the reason why I've been more invested into my daughter is that realizing that I didn't realize that my daughter had like a closer connection to fathers until I read that, and I was
Of
like,
course,
damn, that's crazy, you know.
of
So
course.
because of that, I've been trying to have a closer connection and try to trying to lead her the right way. So I thought of the
Yeah.
like I was like the typical dude that was just thinking that she's a girl, so she's gonna relate more to her mom, but actually they relate more to their father. So
She
it kind
takes
of makes
after
sense,
you,
about the whole like like what they talk about like daddy issues and shit like that, which typically applies to females.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
even like
some men have daddy issues.
yeah. I mean,
Go on.
even psychologically, like I know BGS talks a lot about men having an anima, which is that female side that our basically our unconscious female side, like that
Mm-hmm.
we all have. Women have the opposite of that. It's the animus, right? And like you can see a lot of the personification of the animus in a lot of fairy tales, such as Beauty and the Beast. Beast was essentially Belle's animus, her unconscious masculine side. And the story of Beauty and the Beast is her learning how to tame her masculine side and turn it into a prince, right? And a lot of the times when you see the stories of uh, like the man going on a hero and he's taming the dragon, that dragon actually represents the female side in the masculine, and you're learning how to tame that, and that directly translates into how you relate with the opposite sex. And so that's sort of like the biggest thing is that animus for the female ends up being very much related to her father, right? And so having a good masculine presence in her life, she's able to internalize that, which she's able to then have that inside of her just to be able to counteract her more conscious feminine side. And when she's actually going to have relationships with men, she better understands those men from a deeper level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Got
let's see,
36.
Noir
We
Truth.
got 34 watching. Like, share, subscribe. Hit the super chat. Support the laptop fund.
Not only does that affect, not only is her relationship with the father determines what kind of a person she'll grow to, it also teaches her what kind of a man to look for because women don't know what men are. Their only understanding about men is from their relationship with their fathers. I mean, I've done this type of experiment
Name her.
once with.
Name her. Name her. Stop talking about most
Yeah.
black women like that, man.
Okay. Well, the black woman in question I was about to bring up was my own mother, but okay,
Mm-hmm.
in a positive way. Yeah. And by the way, she just had her 66th birthday, like I mentioned on Thursday. So she's happy as a clam. Um, I once did this experiment when I met some older women and asked them, "What was your relationship with your father like?" And the way they spoke with their father, I could hear it in their voice.
Mm-hmm.
When I asked my mother, "What was my grandfather like when she was growing up?" then I heard her voice go up a bit, and I could hear the joy in her voice because she had very nostalgic memories about him, which means he had a positive role in her life. I've done this with a few other aunts, some family members, and I realized they had a very profound effect on me. And then there's these two experiments, like I mentioned, and then there's one of those experiments where they asked a bunch of older women a questionnaire where they asked them what was their relationships with their fathers like and everything, and then they said what was the relationship with your husband like, and do you see any similarities with them? And they realized yes, most women will look for men who remind them of it. Will seek out partners who are similar to their fathers, not just in appearance wise, but also in personality and other traits, psychological
Mm-hmm.
traits, and personality wise. In fact, as part of the experiment, they asked the women to bring a picture of both their fathers and their husbands on their specific wedding days. And I shit you not, when you look at the pictures of some of the son-in-law, father-in-laws, and son-in-laws, you could have sworn some of them could have been father and son. They look so similar.
Mm-hmm.
That tells you how important a father is in his daughter's life, because he determines her how she's going to progress in this world. In fact, even the film master Ron Wills has mentioned this, like those who grew up without fathers, they start projecting what they think a father's supposed to be. Because a lot of girls will tell you, growing up, they needed a dad. Not they wanted a dad, they needed a dad. That's why some of them had to go look for father figures. And those who had like positive, role models, like their uncles and aunts, uncles, grandfathers, and even stepfathers in some cases. I remember talking to a certain woman once, and I said, "What's your relationship with your father like?" She said, "No, he wasn't like this, that, third." But I said, "Did you have any stepfathers?" I said, "Yeah." And what was he like? And then that's when her her face, her reaction changed. She started lighting up and everything. So that shows you how important fathers are, not just for daughters, but for men, for us. Growing up, our fathers had a very profound effect on us because we needed them to teach us what it means to be adults. But for women, fathers are everything. I mean, I've talked about this with people in the alphabet community because a lot of them, when they were starting to have children, a lot of millennials don't know this. A lot of millennials, Gen Z, whatever, who are the rainbow, they don't understand the struggles that Gen X and boomers had. And some of them had to work around, that issues by having shared parenting or co-parenting in order, avoid, the laws of what, that laws were like back then. And people don't understand the complexities of, why you need both male and female presence in a child's life. But yeah, that's how important it is. McDonald Bear, let me ask you a question.
Yep, shoot.
Now you're married, right?
Yep.
How long? If I may ask.
Yeah, when did we get married? Was it 2017? I've been with her for 20 years, but I think we got married in 2014. I think 2014.
Well, McDonald Bear, how old are you if you've been with her for 20 years? Because you don't sound old like that.
I'm 39. I'm gonna be 40 in November.
Wait a minute, you 84 baby?
Yep.
November what?
5th.
Right behind me. I'm 83, baby.
All right. Yeah, because I got a younger brother who was born around that time, but he was born in '83 in November.
Okay.
All right. But then again, if you ever listen to Patrice O'Neal, that means you had to go through a whole courtship, and your wife had to qualify to prove, because she was like the person who hung with you the longest and was supportive of you, and she proved that she was worthy of putting that ring on her finger. Excuse me, not your finger. It's like Patrice once said about his relationship. Like Patrice said about his relationship with girl. She's been with me for like 3 years. I've just been with her for 6 months. But yeah, that's interesting. We have married because because we've had married people on these chats. It's not just single dudes, guys in committed relationships, guys in cohabitating, whatnot. We're not against marriage, folks.
No.
We all come together because we all trying to figure things out and respect each other's perspectives and ways of life. So it is what it is, I mean, some of us are not like big on marriage. Some of us are not. And but we respect each other's choices and the support of each other. That's what a true brotherhood is.
I mean, that's facts. I mean, I think I got lucky because I think we both grew up in the suburbs. She grew up with a really good family, and she's really conservative. So she's not really into partying and drinking, and so that cuts down on a lot of like all the shit that can come from that. But I think it comes down to just putting yourself in that kind of environment where your odds are higher of finding that, and that's just getting harder and harder to find. Because it doesn't even really matter what environment you grow up in. I mean, a lot of women are just trying to while out and go crazy and have hot girl summer for like 10, 15 years in a row. So,
Yeah,
Dude, do you remember
it's
Girl
crazy.
Gone Wild?
Yeah.
Does anybody remember Girls Gone? I'm sorry, I'm saying it wrong. Does anybody remember Girls Gone Wild?
Yeah.
Or the Freaknik and
Yeah.
shit,
Yeah.
a bunch of white girls just took their shirt off.
Yeah, well, that was spring break in certain places. But, they also had the Freaknik for all the black women.
Mm-hmm.
Has the documentary finally come out?
Yes.
Or is it still legal injunction? Oh, it's finally out? Okay. Oh, somebody gonna get exposed. Ooh. Man, it's
Whatever. I don't
just,
feel sorry for him.
Yeah,
hmm?
to what Drama Bear said, like, yes, you were definitely lucky with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
Because
that's why
I would
when you
go to,
said you've been
I've
married for
been to,
20 years and you said you're
yeah.
39, that means you married when you were 19. So
No,
yes, you
no,
were
I've
definitely
been
lucky
with her.
for that.
I've been with her for 20 years, but I got married
Uh-huh.
I said I wasn't getting married till I was 30, and like right when I turned 30, we got married.
Oh,
So
okay,
you were
so you guys
married
been
for
married for like 9 years. All right.
Yeah, 9 years. There you go. 9 years. So what? Yeah,
Not, that's
2014,
not
I
easy
think.
right there. 9 years right there because that's me slow clapping. 9 years. I mean, let me tell you something. Some people have been together. I mean, I'm up here in Scandinavia. I'm up here in Norway. I can tell you, like, older generations,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of them have been like one and done when it comes to marriage, and then they decide to cohabitate with whoever. Younger generation, they just either opted to cohabitate, millennials and younger, and others have decided, just have the kid first, and if it works out, then we get engaged. Because I've met some people who were like in a situation where they married, divorced, and shared parenting, whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember there was a woman I knew got to know, and she was in a relationship, but it didn't work out with the father. Although she doesn't hold the father in high regard, she's happily married now. She's moved on, but she understands it's like I still have to coexist with this other individual because this is the father of my son, and we have to work things out to raise this boy right.
Mm-hmm.
Because here, parental alienation is actually a crime. You deny a child the right to their father, you can end up losing custody of that child. I've seen enough messed up situations like that
Well,
before.
can I ask something, Drama about this? Since you said
Mm-hmm.
you were with her, you were with her for about 10 years before you decided to marry her.
Mm-hmm.
What reason made you want to marry her?
I mean, I think it was just more of a financial growing up thing. Just the psychological scare of getting married and losing out on options, right? Because in college, I mean, I had a lot of fun, and I did all the drugs and all that kind of shit, and then we moved out to California, and I didn't have any friends or anyone really to rely on in California. So it was a complete shift, and I had to really focus on figuring out how to work and create a career and everything. And so I was able to really convince myself like I needed to focus on that. And right when I started really having a career in like software engineering, because I came out, I was on an Obama unemployment for like full time for like 2.5 years. But that whole time I was like teaching myself how to code. I was on Craigslist. I was trying to get like website gigs. I mean, I literally I had to teach myself, right? And then when I finally was able to get a job and then get another one, and I was like a legit programmer, I was like, okay, I pulled the trigger. So I think part of it was um, just me wanting to make sure I was at a certain place financially, and
Mm-hmm.
then part of it was like I really just wanted to make sure I was like I set the arbitrary date of like I want to wait till I'm 30. I didn't know what was going to happen when I turned 30, but I just said I wanted to wait, and then
That's definitely
literally,
an arbitrary date.
yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Out of curiosity, McGrumber, did you do any WordPress?
That's what I started. I started on Joomla at first, and then all I was doing was WordPress. I was
never
just
liked Joomla, but yeah.
Yeah, but that's how I got started. I was like, go on Craigslist. People needed a website. I didn't really know how to program, but I knew how to install WordPress and then install themes and install plugins. And then I'm never satisfied at just where I'm at. I'm like, okay, how can I edit these themes, right? And I started with just like, how do you edit the picture, and how do you add another column to the theme? And then I started getting
folder PHP files, blah blah blah.
Yeah, exactly. And then I just started getting into PHP, and then I'm like, okay, these plugins, how do these plugins work? How do you make the plugins, right? And then from there, I was able to, my first job, it was probably a little bit too much for me, but like I don't have any quit, so it's just I just took it, and it was just me basically running the server for like a 3-4 person company, average like lead generation company, right? And the person who was there before me, she was just over it, so she gave me like this manual on Linux. I didn't really know Linux like that, and she's like, "Here you go," right? And then I just fucking anytime I just spent all the time learning how to I already knew, understood, databases and the basics and stuff, but it was just from there I learned just all the shits, right? And then after that I was able to get a job actually programming in Java.
Yeah, when I get my laptop, one of the things I'm going to do if I ever get back into web design and all that, fortunately I know C#, the programming language.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I'm automating that shit. I don't want to write that shit over. I don't want to have to write that theme out every time. I'm gonna put it in a prompt and automate that shit.
Yeah.
For me.
Quiet as it's kept. That's what everyone's doing. Don't let anyone lie to you and say that they're not using anyone who's legitimately working either at Google or anywhere. They're just putting it in a prompt in, getting the basic template, and then editing it. Like that's what everybody's doing.
Yeah, I'm generating that shit. I don't want to have to write that. I love PHP, but I don't want to write that shit over and over again.
But you know what's great about C# is because C# tends to be very enterprise like corporations that are like boring. There's so many C# jobs out there. C# and Java.
There's so many things you can do with C#. I see why corporations use it.
Yeah. There's so much job potential. Like you can get hired if you. The hard part is just going through the interview process because they make you do all types of shit. They make you do, they make you do all types of stuff that you're not going to do on your job just to prove I don't know what. But once you get through that, like C# is a great stable language to learn because it's boring in the sense of like you're going to be doing like business stuff that's like boring, but like it pays really well.
Mm-hmm. But it's one of the best languages out there. It's trying to the true middle ground for a programming language. That perfect cross between C and
Java.
I'm back, folks.
Hey, welcome back. Hey, what's the situation right now over there, Charles? Everything stable?
A bunch of dumb shit. A lot of the old cops and old sergeants.
I do agree. PHP is fun, but it can be tedious after a while when you have to generate a lot of it.
I saw a bunch of old co-workers, my old sergeant, now a captain.
Name, you got no idea.
Yeah, you got that echo thing back on, Nima?
One of my classmates from high school, she's a sergeant now for the department. I went outside to go see what was going on in front of the campus because it was like 15 police cars out. At first they had a call for discharging, but come to find out, it was a bunch of dumb motherfuckers drag racing in Liberty Heights.
Oh wow.
Which is just is not more dangerous. So everything's
Charles, my apologies. I was jokingly roasting you earlier. I was like, you were too busy arresting minorities to be in a conversation.
You one of two things. You can't joke me because you legitimately have to be funny first, and then two, I can only laugh at my equals. All others I teach.
Oh well.
Damn, you gonna do me like that, Charles? That's crazy.
And everybody else, he deep throats.
And I mean,
Here we
you
go.
probably
Okay.
could. I mean, you could probably swallow the front end of a patrol car, can't you? But then again, they call you Snake because you can unhinge your jaw, right?
Who needs WrestleMania when we got these two?
I was going to bring up
Bro?
WrestleMania. I was going to bring it up. Did anyone else have a chance to see it?
Well, I mean, you got a
No,
handicap
I'm gonna
match
catch
every
it on
time.
replay.
I mean, you got a handicap match every time this guy sees three old white men, so got to pay the rent somehow.
There's a reason why Charles like to wrestle.
Oh Lord.
There it is.
Yeah, it's called a sport. I do. I wrestle people for a sport. You wrestle people because it turns you on. Ah,
Here we
matter of
go.
fact, when you play football, the only time you got involved when it was a fumble, so you could get piled on.
When was the last time you had a happy tapioca situation, Charles?
What you say about the no teeth having what? He says you could take your bottom row of teeth out. Oh Lord, I bet you Mr. McGregor loves you. That's how you got
Charles,
that A in physics.
Charles on fart. He just go.
Yeah,
you
I ain't
don't
gonna play it. Hey, Art, I ain't gonna play it again, man. But
I'm gonna just tell you this about Art. He doesn't fart. When he farts, it sounds like a tugboat.
oh gosh, here we go. I'm not gonna play it again, Art. But I keep playing this video. This effort talking about we're begging for the to get their attention. I'm like, really?
We're begging for whose attention?
BW's still trying to claim we're begging for their attention. I'll just play it. Fuck it. It's hilarious.
Oh Lord.
I think it's funny, to be honest with you. That's why I keep playing it, because I'm just like, we're not. I'm like, really? Let's see, where's it at? Let's see. Oh, here we go.
So, ladies, have y'all noticed that the men are begging? They are begging. They went from being red pill super cocky, man, y'all hoes ain't nothing, y'all hoes ain't loyal, we don't need that. They went from being that to be, where are all the good women? Y'all just need to settle for us. They are begging lately. Is it just me? Every video that I see, it's a man begging, a woman
Y'all hear
to be
something?
with him, or begging a woman to lower
Yeah,
her
bitch crying for attention.
begging a woman to settle, begging a woman to be just begging women. Like it, what happened to the cocky confidence? Where did that go? Like I'm trying to figure out why they're begging now. I guess them listening to the podcast bros didn't work. They realized that being delusional didn't work, so now they're begging, and I think it is so hilarious.
I gotta ask a question.
Women after,
Yeah, it's enough of that. Go ahead.
I gotta ask a question. How are men delusional when, and number one, how are we begging for them? If we make our demands and say this is what we want and we don't get it, y'all the motherfuckers following us passports.
Yep.
Y'all the motherfuckers who get mad when people date interracially or interculturally. Because you can still date black and not American.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because we're listening to podcast bros like Charles and AB who are misinforming us. That's why.
I'm pretty misinforming. Like for some reason, I think a chick who has 4 kids is right.
Yeah, she is right.
The reason why, and then a lot of times, this is the reason why I tell people don't be disrespectful in the chat room. Is because one, they're gonna use that to default to their lowest denominator and try to be distracted. They're talking about me. No. We're having a conversation. Pay attention to me.
Yep.
And it gives them a way out. And I loved it because that's the reason why that's one of my classics, my new classics. Is because every time Mela comes on my chat, she gets more and more red pill. And I said, I love it. I said, Mela, now you see what men been saying for decades, if not centuries.
Like actually, Bella, like I thought she was like the typical B dub, but that last conversation that we
Yeah,
had
she
on
is.
the channel, actually she was giving more advice than bullshit.
I
But when
mean,
BGS came up, she was on that bullshit. But before
Well,
that, like
that's
she was
because she
actually
likes
good.
BGS. She gets turned on by BGS. That's why women default to their stupidity
Oh
when they
yeah,
turn.
she's there for a DNA.
And you got to think about it. When you can make another woman say you full of shit, say another woman's full of shit. Come on now, everything we talk about on these live streams has come to fruition. So
Yeah,
I get my substance from it.
but yeah, the video that I played is actually if you look at it, it's just me just go dozing in and out, listening to the hef because I'm like, really? I'm like,
Well,
oh,
how does
really?
she look? How does she look? Because that sounds like a bitch who can't get a man in the first place.
Yeah, let me look because I wasn't paying that much attention. Let's see. Now let me play my other video because that's a more uh
So, ladies, have y'all noticed that the men are begging?
nah, I ain't begging. You don't want me? I would say a 5. Is that
Well,
probably a
obviously,
5 with makeup?
10 don't got to talk like that. If she can get men, she doesn't have to. She doesn't
Yeah.
have even time to even talk like that. She don't got time to glow like that. She's just on to
Super
the next
beautiful
one.
women. Super beautiful women do not waste their time with stupidity like that.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't. So they're not going to try to juxtapose men because they're going to get them either way.
Yeah. But I just thought it was funny. They're begging. I was like, where? I don't see any begging.
Uh-huh. They're not going to beg where they don't want to be wanted.
Nope. Gonna go about our business. Find something else.
They're actually getting upset. Not enough simps to go around anymore.
Oh well. Not my problem.
Back.
Yeah, but I
About
just thought
that.
it was
Let me
funny.
change.
Was that in their so-called 4B movement?
Who remembers a few years ago there was a popular song in China called "No Car, No House, No Marriage"?
No, I never
Who
heard that
remembers
one.
that shit?
I never heard that one.
Yeah, who's that? Is that me? That's Charles, right? Yeah, that's Charles. Charles, can you mute up, please?
Wait a minute, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. This time it wasn't me. This time it definitely wasn't me.
Okay.
But like, you hear like women just saying stuff like that because like I said earlier, certain women are not going to change, are not going to pivot because either they don't think they can rearrange their shit and try to make bread on this by pivoting, or they know that if they have to remain on this trajectory because their bottom line depends on it. So when somebody says like begging, first of all,
They're the one begging
yeah,
because they ain't got nowhere
it's
else to
like
go.
they're begging like Casey and the Sunshine Band back in the day. Please don't go. And that was just the pathetic version. I remember in the '90s there was a better version of that song by a Dutch trio. But begging, get the fuck
Mm-hmm.
out of here. Ain't nobody begging for nothing. I ain't begging for table scrubs. I ain't
Ain't
begging for that.
nobody
Get the fuck
begging
out
for
of here.
used pussy. I'm sorry.
Good answer.
That's all it is used.
Worn out, stretched out, stank old, ain't been washed properly. Ain't nobody want that rancid shit. Ain't nobody down with the red shit. Get out of here.
It ain't interested to see these
What,
women fucking
y'all
use the
don't y'all don't want to smell Sexy Red's coochie stank?
the older these women get, the more they get ran through, and the more they're not worth it.
Yeah.
And STD riddled.
They don't even have to have
And
STD. The more they're not worth it.
Yeah. That's
Like,
why I be laughing at these heifers and they or I be seeing these heifers in their 30s or 40s talking about y'all looking at a 20-year-old, y'all a pedophile. Like, bitch, shut the fuck up.
if they could get a 20-year-old, they would. Don't let them fool you.
I know.
Most of them can't understand that most 20-year-olds just looking at them as batting practice.
Yep.
Well, you know, they'll cheer on older women getting younger men. Like they'll openly talk about it. I see it on the news. I see it. They'll joke about it like it's okay. But when you juxtapose it, a man dating an 18-year-old, 20-year-old, it's almost like he's being predatory. And so it's like we always bring it up. So it's like, there's two things going on. Either you're either saying that a 18-year-old woman shouldn't be considered an adult, or they're just playing a big game of poker where they're just trying to shame men from not doing that because they're trying to get the men themselves.
Well, like that's what the MGTOW has been talking about for years. Is that if you're gonna act like these women are too immature to make proper decisions, and why do they have a right to vote?
Exactly.
Rules for thee, not for me.
That's what it is. That is 100% what it is.
If you look at Kimora Lee Simmons and her daughter right now is dating a 65-year-old who's older than her father.
Damn.
Jada Black did a video about that. How even Kimora Lee talking about like, oh, you're a predator because you went after me because I was young. What do you think your daughter's doing?
Well, Art, like I actually made this point earlier. I was talking about like Elon Musk's dad is in his 70s, and he recently just had a kid like a year or two ago with obviously a younger woman.
Shit, so did the Robert De Niro.
Or his stepdaughter.
I gotta ask this question again because you said Elon Musk was dating Amber Turd. Did she shit in his bed?
Of course not, because he got that money, so she ain't playing those games. She knew better.
You know, we don't even have to like look at Elon Musk because like what Art was saying, rules for thee, not for me. They're gonna shame all the most men except for the most select men because you can watch TMZ, you can watch the news, and they'll talk about Leonardo DiCaprio having sex with 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, 24-year-olds all the time, and they don't call him a predator because they're sexually attracted to him.
Yeah, they do.
No,
a lot of times they don't.
Yeah, they do. There was a whole big thing about him. Maybe it's more so in the white community, but not in the black manosphere. But the white girls don't like that shit. The white girls didn't like him and Cavill when he said that, you know, how things are going. You might as well just go back to a girl that you already know instead of trying to date a new chick because you don't know if she's gonna turn left on you. And they went after him and Cavill about that.
That's what I know the Me Too was fucked up. When you have the guy that's playing Superman afraid to date women, you know you done fucked up.
Well, that's why he's my Superman, because he told the truth.
He's the best. He really was the best. I mean, it's a shame that Snyderverse wasn't finished, man. He really was.
You gotta love my repertoire of 80s cartoons I'm watching. Galaxy High, for God's sake.
Oh, you watching it? Are you watching it on Tubi?
Actually, Prime.
Bruh, you need to get on Tubi. There's so many fucking 80s cartoons on Tubi.
Well,
nigga, like they got the entire series of G.I. Joe. I was sitting there watching Galaxy High. I was sitting there, what was the other one? Defenders of the Earth.
Oh, that was a good one. That was
I think we ought to do a live stream or something for 80s cartoons. I need to get a Discord.
You got a Discord. You a friend of me on Discord. Champion Forever.
Yeah, no, I need one.
No, you got one. You just forgot the password.
I probably know the password, but
no, I do Discord watch parties.
Yeah, Charles, this sounds like old nigga speak.
Nigga, how old are you?
Younger than you.
You're not 21, nigga, so shut the fuck up. And completely shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I do Discord watch parties. So I
Fuck, how old am I?
Then the last one I did was Batman: The Dark Knight Returns Part 1.
How old am I? Goddamn, 42. Looking up
Yeah.
Tubi, signing up for
Oh, I'm
Tubi.
glad you said that, Art, because I got part 1 and 2.
Yeah, I gotta do part 2. I was gonna do one today, but I ain't seen nobody said they wanted to be in the watch party. But I might do one tomorrow since I get off work at 9:00. So I'll probably do one.
Yeah, part 2. The Joker comes out of his slumber.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say this. That might be sacrilege for a lot of people. I never really cared too much for Scooby Doo.
Yeah, I mean, it was always.
I don't blame it.
It wasn't bad.
I don't get why you say that, because Scooby Doo is awesome, sir.
Yeah.
I never liked Scooby Doo too much.
Now, if you said
the only time I probably even liked it. The only time I kind of liked it was a pup named Scooby Doo, but I never really was crazy about Scooby Doo.
Now, if you would have said Velma, I would completely understand, because I hate that show. I couldn't even finish watching it.
I actually like it for several reasons. Let me tell you why. Because it's a satire of a satire. Because they don't make her look heroic. They make her look like a silly, dumb chick as she's supposed to be.
Like, Charles, we're gonna have beef.
Like, no woman would ever.
Go ahead.
Charles, finish.
Let me finish. I said I like it because it's. I watch it for what it is. It's a satire of a satire. It's supposed to be like in a time when she's supposed to make the girls less attractive. No girl in her mind is ever going to lose her attractiveness just to fit in with somebody else. Never. And it just was so funny. I laughed my ass off.
I was gonna say, Charles, we're gonna have beef because, like you said, nobody really likes Scooby Doo. Scooby Doo was like, what?
No, he said he didn't.
Oh, he didn't like it?
Nah, he don't like Scooby Doo. I don't know why he grew up in the same. Man,
a
ghost named Scooby Doo.
That's
I couldn't say you don't like Scrappy.
13 Ghosts.
That's blasphemy.
I don't mind a pup named Scooby Doo. That's the closest, but you had way better cartoons than that when I was small.
Some people look at me funny because I'm still big on Tom and Jerry, especially old classics.
People look at you funny because people like
exactly
because you look funny.
Tom and Jerry was the shit. What are you talking about?
Oh no, I loved it. I mean, but then again, me and my little brother, every time we used to fight, my parents would laugh at us and say, why do we need to watch Scooby Doo when why do we need to watch Tom and Jerry when you guys are just reenacting that stuff?
Well, like,
you guys be fighting.
Yeah, like I'm a young old nigga, so I'll show my age by saying that, like,
young old nigga. What does that mean?
Yes. Well, one of my favorite shows was Felix the Cat.
He has one less A for AARP.
Felix, I don't know if I remember that one.
Felix the Cat.
Felix the Cat, I remember. I remember watching Felix the Cat.
Oh man, they got Max. They got Super. They actually have Super.
You're not talking about the Twisted Tales of Felix the Cat, are you?
No.
Twisted Tales. I never heard that part.
No, there was a 90s Felix cartoon called The Twisted Tales of Felix the Cat.
Well, the one I'm talking about, Felix the Cat, it's basically like a Mr. Bean type shit where it's just, comical but a silent thing.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I think it was the 80s cartoon movie of Felix the Cat.
Well, Felix the Cat was a black and white cartoon.
Yeah, I know.
I remember that.
They actually have a Super Sentai, which is funny. On Tubi.
Have y'all seen Top Cat? The old cartoon
Top
Cat?
Oh yeah.
They got the Legend of Zelda from fucking Mario show on Fridays.
Yes,
yeah, that shit goes hard, yeah.
You said Top Cat? You said Top Cat McGregor?
Yeah.
My favorite character on that one was Chooch.
Was that the one that
I told you, Charles. It's like your own personal playground for all the old
tall, goofy one.
Yeah, okay.
I got Prince Valley.
Tall, goofy one who's.
Wait a minute.
But then again, who remembers Heathcliff?
Yeah, Heathcliff.
Yes.
I like that one too. He'd always get into fights.
Why you think I always promote it, bruh? Why you think I always promote it?
Yeah. Heathcliff. But then again, don't forget Riff Raff.
They got Conan, the Avenger. Even though that show was violent as fuck, though, by the way. There was a 90s Conan.
They have Captain Simeon and the Space Monkeys up there.
Oh, I remember that one.
Oh, so you
Uncle
got
Phil
Namer.
did the voice of the gorilla in that one.
So you got Namer up in there. That's nice. But anyway,
Speaking of newer cartoons, has anyone been watching the new X-Men?
Not yet.
cool.
That shit
Yeah,
goes
that's
hard.
pretty good.
That shit goes hard. They did a good job with it.
I watched the first 2 episodes. I haven't watched Invincible though.
Invincible.
Like the new X-Men, Artisan actually did a review up to like episode 4. I still gotta watch that.
Yeah, I still
like
need to see that one.
If you actually followed the comics, the latest X-Men, if you knew what it was, you actually knew exactly, because if you look at the game, that was the game of the X-Men game that came out in the 90s. A lot of it was. You actually saw a little homage paid to the arcade game when they had the little X-Men part. You actually saw homage in the actual intro to Polaris and X Factor.
Okay.
You know, the slightly more how do I say, the sometimes more complex version of the X-Men.
All right.
Then you also had you had a couple of nods to Asteroid M in the game. Like, oh my god, that was funny.
Mhm.
Hey, that's Street Fighter 6 he's playing? Art.
Yes.
Art, you playing? Okay,
Tokyo
that's cool.
TV.
Yeah. Oh, when I was a
TV.
kid, yeah, I remember there was a Japan anime cartoon I used to watch that was just ridiculous. It was called Samurai Pizza Cats. You ever seen that one?
It's on Tubi, I think.
Oh my god.
Huh?
I don't watch
It was
that.
ridiculous.
No,
It was ridiculous.
it was stupid.
It was
very
ridiculous.
stupid.
It was either that or Ren and Stimpy. I remember watching Ren and Stimpy just going there.
Art, you better not lose. You better not lose on this.
Ren and Stimpy really wasn't for kids. Like it was very
No.
layered. It was very layered, so like you could almost get away with it. You think it's for kids, but they were clearly two men in a relationship, and there was all this. It was like it really shouldn't have been on Nickelodeon. I don't really know how they greenlit that show, but
It made money.
it made money.
Stimpy, what are you doing? You eat. You know what I did? One of the most. I remember. I went to. I asked the librarian in my local library if they could find something about Ren and Stimpy for Nickelodeon, and they couldn't find any DVDs or anything like that. But they did find a comic book, and I remember reading through that, and it was just ridiculous. All the shit they were getting involved in.
Y'all
are
wait a minute. Y'all like, share, subscribe,
Mm-hmm.
hit the Cash App, support the show, hit the Super Chat, support the show.
I'm right.
Oh, by the way, Big Drama Bear.
You're Ryu?
Yeah.
You got fucked up.
Yo, what's up?
Hadouken!
You got fucked
By the way,
up.
I'm right.
Yo,
You
by
just
the-
in. How I get fucked now one?
No, sorry. I thought you said Ken for a second. Yeah, you did one. My bad.
Yeah. Anyway, Big Drama Bear.
What's up?
When you said gay couple, I was a little confused. Were you talking about Ren and Stimpy or Bert and Ernie?
Well,
Ren and
both of them.
That's the fuck up.
Both of them.
But because we all grew up watching Sesame Street when we were all little, so we remember that shit.
Anybody
So
watch
there's that
anybody watch the last episode of Invincible?
Nah, not yet. What stream service is that on?
Amazon Prime.
Oh, I don't got Amazon. I ain't fucking with Amazon. Even though I got an Amazon account.
Like Amazon is always offering free trials, just so you know. It's always offering.
Yeah. I tried a couple times and I got roped in because they asked for your bank your bank card or something and such.
Well, at least here in Canada and also the US as well. Because the reason why I know this because I was on Twitch before. Space. So basically you get free trials for Amazon Prime every month. You get a free trial every month for Amazon Prime.
Oh, you know how to work it, huh?
On
Okay.
Twitch, like it's linked to Amazon. Well, Amazon is linked to
Now
Twitch, so like so a free subscription. Subscription with you get that from Amazon. So that's how I know this stuff. But
that's
yes,
cool. Because
I've watched. I think I'm like on episode 3 of Invincibles.
That's cool.
Recently,
Speaking of streaming
I've been
service,
watching,
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was
I
gonna
thought
say
you were done.
recently I've been watching that show that on Netflix, a 3-Body Problem. I watched
man,
3-Body Problem.
Don't even get me hyped up on that shit. That's like my favorite series show. If you guys want to like, there's a channel called Quinn's Reviews. This brother, he basically does good synopsises of different sci-fi genres. Like he did all of Dune. But watch his if you want to like learn about what's going to happen, because like what happened in Netflix, it's just setting up like the really cool, amazing shit that's about to happen in the 3-Body Problem universe. But holy shit, like the shit that happens, it's some of my favorite sci-fi. But don't get me hyped up on that shit because that shit goes hard.
You gotta do it. Oh my god. Gotta watch me some Galaxy High.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna check that
I
out.
got Galaxy High on Amazon.
Yo, as for me, I was like, I had a conversation. I was at a conversation with a Snowman show like the other day, and they were asking me, what was your favorite your favorite non not music, but what's your favorite TV show theme song you remember? And we were just going back and forth, and then for some reason, I just also mentioned this is movie related, but Axel F by Harold Faltermeyer.
Only name of an actual question.
Does anybody remember Axel F, the song?
No.
Nah.
If I played it, you guys remember immediately because it was the instrumental theme for Beverly Hills Cop.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Axel F. For some reason, I was like bumping that, and then I realized. Then I was checking out my Netflix because remember, Netflix is reaching lock here, folks. What goes on? What they show in one place, they show in a different. They show. You have to use a VPN to go from the American Netflix to Norwegian whatnot, but over here, we got all three. We got the whole Beverly Hills Cop trilogy, and I know what I'm going to be doing this weekend or this Sunday.
They're making a new one of those, right?
Masturbating? No.
Well, like,
don't do that.
Like the American Netflix is actually way better. Like I've actually like had to use the VPN before so I could access that, and yeah, they have much more content on that because I still haven't even watched the Punisher series, and it's on the American Netflix. But
wait a minute, y'all get the Punisher in fucking Canada?
No, it's not on our Netflix. I had to use a VPN just to watch a couple episodes. Like
because you have to switch to another place with it.
Well, the thing is, like, for me to use a VPN for Netflix, I have to actually use like a random like American address and shit. So it's a bunch of work involved to do it, but I have done it before.
My VPN comes with it is part of the my antivirus security my antivirus thing on my phones and whatnot because I got a the McAfee.
My man said he got a condom for his computer. He got a condom for his computer.
Well, it's like I have to use a VPN and I have to use an American address.
Yes.
So
Me, I don't need to have an American address. Just
all you need is American friends.
Well, I could just find this shit online if I really wanted to.
All you gotta do is get a vacant house from an American friend. There you go.
I mean, with my do you think that's crazy? I've got 2 PSN accounts.
Why?
One's American, because there's certain things I cannot get on the EU side that I can get on the American side.
Then just be a pirate.
No, we're talking about PSN games mostly.
Well, you know, Art's been a pirate. He's been a booty pirate for years.
Arr. Well, no wonder he's rated R. He should. Well, unfortunately, he's not rated double X. He's not rated X or triple X. He's just R.
And there's a reason why you like a nightstick.
Because it's part of the equipment for.
Oh.
Because it's part of the
Well,
equipment for police officers.
Hey, don't be
Well,
talking
you
about
like.
Tiffany like that.
Oh, you
Well,
like that? You like that extra equipment, don't you, Charles?
Well, that's what she said I got, but she said with you it's scissoring. Anyway, try
But
again.
what I'm saying is like
But
the reason
what I'm
I
saying
have
is that if Art was a police officer, his nightstick would have bite marks.
If Charles had a nightstick, it would turn brown, and I'm not talking about the peanut butter.
Wah, wah, wah. Let's see what our contestant wins. Absolutely nothing. Insert laugh here.
Yeah, I've been playing.
This is what happens every once in a while, and it's enjoyable. One of the most entertaining aspects of the Coliseum.
Yeah, I've been playing NBA 2K24 recently.
Is that any good? I know people.
How disappointed are you? How disappointed are you?
Not really disappointed at all because I don't even bother with my player. I just set up a my league situation and call it a day.
Okay.
So I couldn't tell you. I haven't spent. I spent like $20 on. I got it on sale.
Oh, the Black Mamba edition.
No, I got the standard edition on sale.
Okay.
And
does
hold on, let me finish.
Okay, sorry.
I haven't even touched my player.
Oh.
I created my own player, for my league. I got my own custom league set up with 35 games. Let's see.
Cool.
God damn.
All right. Hey, my question to all of y'all, because I have I have the app on my PlayStation called EA Play, and with it I'm able to download certain I'm able to get certain games for free, the base games, however. Doesn't 2K have something similar to that, or Ubisoft?
Ubisoft does. 2K doesn't.
Ubisoft. 2K doesn't.
That's the same thing with what our girlfriend calls them, Ubisoft.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Speaking of Ubisoft, that's the other thing I'm doing. I'm going through the Assassin's Creed Ezio collection. Again.
Nope.
Man, speaking of which gaming companies can we say are full of shit right now? Who are the worst at? Who are the worst usually? Ubisoft, 2K,
Rockstar. Yeah, I would say Rockstar without question.
Rockstar and EA Sports.
Oh, definitely EA Sports.
But not as bad as Rockstar. At least they produce a game.
Shit.
Didn't they just abandon the online for Red Dead Redemption?
Huh?
Didn't they abandon the online for Red Dead Redemption?
I don't know
the first one or the second one.
Yeah, Red Dead 2. They abandoned the online pretty much.
RDR.
Yeah.
RDR 2 got shut down. Damn. Shit. Speaking of people shutting down servers, EA for the soccer franchise, they shut down all the servers now for all their FIFA titles because they lost the licensing. So a lot of people pissed off here, but they're not surprised. And some people are not playing this new game. I've seen it, and I don't fuck with it. I mean, it ain't shit. I mean, I'm having trouble dealing with that bullshit with the UFC games as it is. I mean, I don't fuck with it. Go ahead. Anybody say something?
Oh no, this is your chance to shine.
Has anybody ever played UFC? Any of the UFC games by EA?
I do.
I got UFC 4.
Oh,
I got 5.
UFC. I've played 2 and 3. Got the platinums of both of them, and I can tell you the online for 2 was a real bitch. And you're saying the same about the online? No, the problem was like like when you have the Ultimate Team. Of course, they took out Ultimate Team in 4, but there's still online play. But the problem is like you have the situation where some people do something called a lag boost. You know what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got to deal with lag boost guys, who keep using the lag boost every once in a while. Some microtransactions and shit. It's just getting ridiculous.
Microtransactions are pissing me off, man. It's like the biggest reason why it's hard for me to get back into gaming, because it's like every game you get is just like the base version of the game, and you have to.
They did that to Tekken just now.
Yeah, it's like.
I mean, they do it to all fighting games. It's like keep the game alive.
They do it for like.
Yeah, but it gets to a point at some point where it's gonna like ridiculous. Like Street Fighter 6 third costumes. You got to spend $100 just to get all of them.
Yeah.
Don't develop a habit,
on Mortal Kombat 11.
Yeah, is that game even alive?
It's still alive, I believe it or not.
Yeah, it's alive. Don't start off because they haven't even got through their last.
Well,
I don't even think they had their last downloadable character yet for the first patch.
And what's terrible is like they can basically just release a half-finished game and then like finish it 2-3 years later, like through DLC content and
I think that's one of the casualties of agile development.
Yeah.
Well, you motherfuckers supported online gaming this heavy, so hey, this is what we get.
No, it's a little more complicated than that, Charles. See, let me finish. See, one of the reasons why you had finished games back in the day was because programmers had a process called waterfall, which means all the features were predetermined, and you stuck to that plan, whether you implement them or not. But around the mid 2000s, there's a program paradigm they call agile development, where it's continuous development. And unfortunately, one of the reasons why your games suck when they come out is because, well, they released a bare minimum product and then add on it later.
Like, what I wanted to chime in with is, I think Nemo was talking about. He said something about.
By the way, y'all hit the Cash App and support the show.
Like, I'm not sure if you guys.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure if you guys have ever heard about lag switching. That's what we call it. Like I learned that from playing Call of Duty.
We game over here. We know all the terminology.
Oh, okay. So lag switching is like basically you make a person lag out, like that's like fucking with their router and shit. Like I said, I do have some hacker friends.
That's happened to me a few times. Playing UFC 2.
Well, they mainly do that in like ranked, like they mainly do it in like competitive spaces.
You know, the biggest thing for Madden is when people could cut off their shit, and then sometimes Madden's good with it and they'll give that person a loss. I remember it was like Madden 18. People that do that shit all the time, and you could be one win away from the playoffs and fuck your whole season up with that loss.
Talking about playoffs?
And then next thing you know, they'll turn that shit off. Like what the fuck? Like, what in the clear hill fuck? I used to hate that shit.
I bet.
The main problem is the price of games now.
The price and everything. By the way, let me ask you something.
I'll say production costs, because the games are now more expensive to make now, more than ever. And it's not getting out of hand.
Let's not also forget the amount of time needed to develop these games, and the time constraints that these companies are putting these developers on. The front office is fucking with the process.
Yep.
I mean, let me ask you something. When was the last time you guys had a game, but it didn't have a day one patch? Because remember, back in the 6th generation, that's PlayStation 2, original Xbox,
Yeah, the whole game
GameCube,
came on the
even
disc.
Dreamcast. Yeah, the game came on a disc or cartridge. It came as a finished product. There was no online. This is before online and shit.
Well, this is the thing about fighting games that I realized. There are different versions of fighting games as they release them. So there's 3 versions of Third Strike that they release. They have like and
Second
so
Impact, baby. Second Impact.
no, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about Third Strike
I know.
or like Street Fighter 2 or like okay, so
Super
if you
Street
look at
Fighter, Street Fighter 2.
if you look at
Street-
Street Fighter Alpha 2, they got a version called Street Fighter Alpha 2 Gold where they fix a lot of stuff that made the game broken. Because there's a lot of stuff in Street Fighter 2, the original, that's broken as shit. And they had to fix that shit. But they did it by releasing another version of it.
Yeah, they had to, because you remember, like, what was it? The Championship Edition for Street Fighter 2. Bison's fucking shit was invented. His fucking Cycle Crusher was devastating. God damn, it was devastating. And basically he could do it and almost have no fucking no punishment for it if you block. And it would shit the fuck out of you too.
Like if you got the Alpha Anthology version, right? It goes through. You can pick Sagat from each version of every Street Fighter Alpha game, and he had like at least about 6 or 7 modes. Like Street Fighter Alpha, Street Fighter Alpha 2, Street Fighter Alpha 2 Gold, version of Sagat, just whatever version it was, and that's how
Which one was the OP, the most OP Sagat? Was it when he first came out on Street Fighter 4?
Street Fighter 4 Sagat was strong because he could do a Kara DP with that, that leg sweep he had. You could cancel that into his DP, and that was very powerful.
Yeah, I still got Super Street Fighter 4.
I mean, when he came out there, and I'll say this about fighting games, well, games period. Even with Madden, there are certain aspects where people will cry about certain shit, and the developers sometimes will stick to their guns, and then sometimes they'll fix it.
I mean, shit. What was the one that Malcolm Vick was overpowered? Was it Madden 05?
Probably Madden 05, yeah.
I mean,
when he was on the cover, and he had like a 99 running overall.
I mean, what you think? What you think Lamar got? I mean, you think about it when Ray Lewis came out, when he was on the cover, and the hit stick was introduced that game. Pow! You got fumbled. It was fumbled the fuck out of you.
Like, I'll put this out there.
And I have that game.
Yeah, speaking of,
05
wait a minute. Speaking of that Ray Lewis game, that had the best intro on Madden I've ever seen. I still go back and watch that intro. That intro was fire.
Like for fighting games, I got to put this out there.
Yeah, well,
they need to make Marvel vs. Capcom 4.
I don't know if they're going to, man. I mean, they might.
They might. I hope they do because
even though they need to make up for that sorry ass, they need to make up for that last sorry one that they had. Oh, that was
Infinite.
Yeah, nobody liked Infinite.
Infinite was sorry as shit. They tried to get newer players on it, and it was really bullshit because you didn't do any aerial combos. You didn't really. Basically, how you win the game is you keep tagging in and out, and you get stuck.
Yeah.
Marvel 3 is still the best one.
Well, Marvel 2 is the classic.
Yeah, it's the classic, but Marvel 3 is like where everybody goes for right now.
Well, Marvel vs. Capcom. I don't know if it was I think it was 2 at the time, but my brother actually witnessed there was Asians playing the game, and somebody did an unlimited air combo on somebody, and he actually ended up fucking stabbing the dude over this. He stabbed him in his eye over this because he did an unlimited air combo, and he was just mad he lost. Like the
God.
Asians don't play that shit.
Hey, what they say, get good?
You're good, so you can stop it. I mean, shit, don't get mad at me because Derrick Henry's on the Ravens now. Trucking you. I'm trucking you. I'm trucking you. Like, people be like, all you do is run. Okay. Eat this. 50-yard touchdown pass.
It's
Oh,
not my job to change my strategy. It's your job to make me change it.
Yep.
and then guess what? I was gonna throw it anyway. Oh man, I love it when guys cry about it. Like, look, till you stop it, can't say shit.
Well,
Yeah.
because like you know, like I said, well, I haven't said this, but like I've actually been in a lot of like arcades and stuff. I've been to places like arcades where like the Asian dudes are like charging people money to teach them how to play like DDR, you know, Dance Dance
Like,
Revolution.
wouldn't you? If
Stuff
you're
like
that
that.
good at it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would too. Yes, I would. I'm
Yeah.
just saying, some people take this shit seriously.
I mean, because you forget, Evo is a big business, man.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, what is Evo this year? I'm gonna go to an Evo one day too.
We both should.
Yeah.
Evil. What is evil? I don't know what that is.
Oh,
Oh man, you gotta real.
it's the Super Bowl of fighting games.
Super Bowl fighting game tournaments.
What game is that? Evo?
Jesus Christ.
It's a tournament. It's a tournament event called Evo, like, and they have a whole bunch of fighting games that you can play. It's basically like I said, the Super Bowl of fighting games.
Hey,
You go.
Art, what's your take on Tekken 8?
I
like
haven't played it. I haven't played it yet because I haven't bought it.
I like it.
But
I
from
like
what
it.
I've heard, it's good. I think a lot of people
really
don't like mechanics in it. But for everything
I
that I
like
heard,
it.
it's still a good game.
I like it, but here's the craziness about it. There are certain characters who are gonna get like me and my son battle on that shit
Mm-hmm.
because you really gotta catch younger kids. They don't really get good. You just gotta catch their bullshit. And like, who's the Italian guy who uses the little spiritual elbow, the little
Claudio
spiritual elbow?
Serafino.
Claudio, like
Claudio
Claudio's. I
Serafino.
can't stand that motherfucker. But once you catch his bullshit and his combo pattern, it's like I was fucking my son up after that. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
wait a minute. You get 2 hits while you're crouching on the ground. Get the fuck out of here. You're stuck
Yeah.
there.
Did they ever explain how Junior's still alive? I'm curious.
Who? Who?
Did you go through the story mode?
No,
Okay, whatever.
Of
Never
what?
June, because she knows she's in the game now.
Jun
Yeah.
Kazama, the mother.
Well,
Jun,
I went through the whole story. She's not alive.
Oh,
what is she, just a figment of their imagination?
Well, her son's a little bit of like a guardian angel thing.
Like
So I'm
Art,
making
you gotta stop grabbing, bro. You doing a lot of grabbing. I see that.
They got to stop me from grabbing. That's not my fault.
Nigga, you cheating. Stop the grabbing, bro. Square.
You know what pisses me off about Tekken 8?
How is grabbing cheating? Well, you can tuck it.
Well, like
Tekken.
grabbing it, like obviously it's not cheating, but like, bro, you playing a fighting game, so fight.
Is throwing part of fighting?
Mm-hmm. Grabbing, throwing a part of it.
Okay,
Remember, grab that.
Evo is July 19th through the 21st. Ooh, that'll be a stretch because BlurCon's the week before.
Yeah.
I'm getting paid for that one. This is going to be the lineup of BlurCon. Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8.
Oh, you getting paid for BlurCon?
Yeah, they hired our security team. Shit.
Okay, that's what's up.
They did last year. Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8, Guilty Gear, Strive. What's that? Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising. Whatever the fuck that is. Under in Under Night in Birth. What the fuck is that? Mortal Kombat 1.
Anime game.
Mhm.
Mortal Kombat 1. King of Fighters. What?
15
15.
probably.
And Third Strike Street Fighter 3.
Yeah, everybody's excited that Third Strike's back. All my Third Strike people, rise up.
I'm surprised they still play that one. God damn. Third Strike returns for Evo for the 20th anniversary of Evo's Moment 37. Well, everybody knows that one. The fucking kid
Daigo
shit.
and Justin Wrong.
Justin Wong with that fucking that change gaming, that change fighting games overnight, boy. Ta 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 ta. Oh yeah. By
A
the
lot of
way,
Americans didn't like Third Strike when it first came out.
Third Strike was the most technical Street Fighter ever. Still is.
Yeah, like this person that you're fighting are like they can't seem to avoid that low kick. You fucking them up with that low
Oh
kick.
yeah. By the way, somebody bring up the Justin Wong shit.
Who?
Justin Wong, Street Fighter 3. By the way, if you want to play Street Fighter 3 at Evo, Third Strike, it's gonna be on arcade.
Oh yeah, that's the only way to play it.
Bullshit.
The purists, that's the only way to play it.
Hey, Andre, are you going to pick up that Sparking Blue?
Sparking Blue.
Yeah, the new Dragon Ball game.
I haven't played a Dragon Ball Z game in a very long time.
Oh, okay. The animation on it looks pretty dope.
Like
If
I
it
watched
ain't-
the shows, I haven't kept
If
up.
it ain't Dragon Ball Fighters, it doesn't count.
Dragon
I think
Ball
the
Fighter
last
Z is
Dragon
pretty
Ball
dope.
Z
too.
game I played was like PS2 or PS3 maybe.
Dragon Ball Fighter Z, that's actually that's a proper fighting game. This one is more where they're flying around and doing all that other shit.
Yeah. It's like when people play Naruto, certain fighting games I see people play, I'm just gonna rag on you because that's not a true fighter. Like Naruto, no,
You got me.
motherfucker. Oh, they got your dualies.
Well, like the only fighting games that I personally played was like Mortal Kombat, and then second would be like the Marvel vs. Capcom games. Well, also Street Fighter as well. Those are like the only fighting games I played.
I play everything. That's
Well, actually, there was this one game that I liked, but it was on Dreamcast. But I spoke to certain people and they didn't even know what a Dreamcast was. I was like, okay.
Dreamcast would have been awesome if they would have had a DVD player.
Well, like the
it
cool
wasn't
thing
so
about
easy to rip the
Dreamcast,
damn
like,
games on Windows.
the cool thing about Dreamcast is that they had that little screen on the controller. So, like when you're doing certain shit, you see it on the controller.
That was the
Sega's
bad
problem.
thing about Dreamcast.
Sega's problem was they were like too far ahead of everybody. They were like so experimental that I think a lot of people didn't even get what they were doing.
It was.
I mean,
cool.
people forget.
I don't remember what it was called.
You got to go back.
Andre. Because the Saturn was way more powerful than PlayStation, but nobody could program for it.
So,
No,
sorry,
exactly.
Can you repeat that? My
Exactly.
apologies.
I mean, Sega, you got to understand, you got to go back to the fourth generation of consoles, folks. That's Super Nintendo Genesis era. And Sega was reaching and going all over the place because they were the first to try with CDs and such. If you remember Sega CD,
Yeah, I had
which was
one. I had
you were
32X.
you were Genesis.
The issue with the
had all
Sega
that
Saturn is because they released it early in the American market and they didn't tell
Prematurely. Yeah. That's what they did with the Dreamcast as well, because the Dreamcast came out late 98, early 99.
Well, what AB said was
no, it came out $9,999 in America.
Yeah, the Dreamcast.
Because that was a whole commercial thing about that $9,999.
Yeah.
But the
No, what
Saturn,
about in Japan? Because it came out first in Japan, right?
I don't know when it came out.
No, I think it came out in America first, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, let me check.
But
the Saturn came out in America first, but nobody knew that they were going to come out with it first. I think it came out in the summer. It was supposed to come out like in November.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the reasons why EA never made a game for Sega, because they were pissed.
Well, what Iggy said was true also, because the architecture for Saturn was like, the way they made it was like crazy. I think they couldn't decide if they were going to do a CD or a console or a cartridge-based system. And what they ended up having is this weird amalgamation of like a lot of things. And then video game companies were like, we're not going to invest all this time to learn this complicated architecture to program for this. And
no, the architecture was hard, but it wasn't because it was cartridge-based or CD-based. It was just because it was just hard to program for.
Yeah, no, that's facts. And then the PlayStation came out, and then it was over for that.
I'll say this. If your parents got you a Neo Geo, they were drug dealers.
Yeah, I mean,
I get the sentiment.
The PlayStation 2 was hard to program for, but because it cornered the fucking market, people learned how to do it.
That's fair enough.
Don't you mean the PS3?
No, PS2 was hard to program for. Everybody talks about but it cornered the market. Everybody had a PS2.
Yeah, and the main reason for the PS2 being the corner of the market was just like, it picked up where the PS1 left off. Because remember, the PS1 was just a gaming console. It could read the, music discs.
On top of the fact that it had a DVD player in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cheaper than what the DVD players were going for at the time.
Even though that first model of PlayStation, what happened was your DVD ran at a different speed than the game. That's why a lot of those first models broke.
Oh wow.
Well, about the PS2, I was actually gonna get a PS2 for Christmas, but my sister randomly just fucking lied and said I hit her. I'm like, what the fuck? So
they were just looking for. I'm gonna tell you the truth. What your parents did, they were just looking for a reason not to get you one because they could afford it.
Exactly. That's what I thought. That's what I came to realize. They were looking for a reason, right? But she lied and said I hit her randomly because like my sisters would do fucked up shit like that. They would just lie and fucking just say I'm doing shit. I'm like I'm not. I'm literally just fucking playing with my toys and fucking watching shit. Like what the fuck?
You hit your sister. I'm not getting you a PlayStation 2, even though I couldn't afford it. Parents do that type of shit. But that was
that happens. By the way, I'm looking at the release dates.
I was pissed as hell at the time. Like PlayStation 2 was like fucking. It was like $500 or $600. So yeah.
Canadian.
Yeah, Canadian. It was like $500-$600.
That's like $1,000.
By the way, it says here like the Saturn, according to Wikipedia, as reliable as they are. It says here the release dates for the Saturn was November 22nd, 1994. North America, May 11th, 1995. Europe, July 8th, 1995. Now I gotta check, and it has continued everything in '98. Well, in New York and
who the fuck gives a fuck about a Sega Saturn?
I have one. I still got one.
Yeah. By the way, you were right. You were right about the 999 thing, 9999 thing. But that was only in North America, September 9th, 1999 for Dreamcast. But that was in North America. In Japan, it came out November 27th, 1998. Europe got it in October 14th, 1999.
Yeah, I remember the whole commercial about it. I was in high school during that time that system came out.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, folks, if you when you're done with this stream, do peep Snowman. He's right now broadcasting the women's NCAA championship game between South Carolina and Iowa. Women's basketball, that is.
It's the Great White Hype.
Who remembers that movie, The Great White Hype?
Great White Hype.
Since we have a lot of old niggas on the panel.
Oh Lord, here we go.
What's the best system?
Include yourself, nigga.
What's
include yourself?
what's the best system?
SNES.
Best system I have fun with.
Yeah,
PlayStation 2.
best system to you. What's the best system?
PlayStation 2 because you could take memory cards and play. Like if you play wrestling games, you could take your create characters through your memory card and play it with your friends on their system.
Yeah.
You could
PlayStation
actually do a lot of
PS1,
shit.
PS2.
I
Not to
mean,
mention backward
PS2.
compatibility.
PS2 was better than PS1
Mhm.
on
Oh yeah, without
many
question,
different levels.
PS2 is better.
I mean,
Yeah.
on many different levels. So then you had Dreamcast for certain games. Dreamcast was
Power
very
Stone.
memorable. Dreamcast was memorable for Marvel 2, Resident Evil, Code Veronica. What the fuck was it? Those are probably two of the biggest games I can remember. Probably Crazy Taxi or some shit like that, or some crazy shit.
Yeah,
I disagree with you guys.
For PS2, that without question, one of the most underrated games, Def Jam Fight for New York.
Oh, but you cannot think about Def Jam Fight for New York without thinking about Vendetta. Because remember,
Well,
Def Jam is the sequel to Vendetta. But I'm
Yeah, I
still playing
know.
Def Jam Fight for New
well,
York.
let me jump in real quick. I disagree with all y'all. I say N64 was the best system.
Nope.
Okay.
No.
No.
Zelda,
It was only good. The only time it was good was with wrestling games. That's it.
GoldenEye.
It was the only time it was good to play N64. Nintendo 64 was his wrestling games. That was it. That was what it's known for.
No,
Yep.
GoldenEye. I'd say GoldenEye.
No, the thing is, the 64 was a good system. I agree with you, but it's not the best because the thing what made PS2 so great is it has so many fucking games of
Yeah.
so many fucking genres that you could play with it. N64, it was cool, but there was only certain amount of games people remember from the N64.
If you didn't play No Mercy,
Nobody remembers
WrestleMania,
Quarterback Club from N64.
if you're not playing GoldenEye, if you're not playing WrestleMania 2000 or No Mercy or WCW versus the World, it kind of was not worth it.
Or Smash Brothers Melee.
Fuck yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Man, that's the only thing it had.
Well,
PS2, you had Here Comes the Pain. Come on now.
Well, Charles, like you play that GoldenEye.
SmackDown versus Raw. Here Comes the Pain is a classic.
Yeah, Here Comes the Pain, real classic. Yeah.
The Hitman
Here Comes the
series.
Pain. Shut Your Mouth was pretty cool. I mean, but I will say.
I said
that Zelda on 64. Like, yeah.
Yeah, but Brock Lesnar on Here Comes the Pain was way overpowered. Couldn't beat that.
So was Goldberg.
So was Goldberg.
They were the most overpowered
actually,
characters in that game.
Here Comes the Pain actually changed how I create wrestlers because before I was do all the powerful guy stuff, but when I came to Here Comes the Pain, I kept getting my ass whooped, so I created submission wrestler. That's what I've stuck with ever since.
So you're like a Kid Shamrock kind of guy, huh? Or like Daniel Bryan.
I'm like, you got PS3 was interesting because PS3 was like when they were perfecting the online system. It wasn't perfected with two.
That was another system that was hard to program for.
Of course.
Oh, it was hard initially.
Technology.
Yeah, they tried to do something different.
You know what was a very underrated game that I loved on PS1 was Kessen 3. No, it was PS1 or 2. Kessen 3. It was strategy and real time at the same time. We going to war. Look it up.
Hey, remember Tekken 1 on PlayStation 1? Not Tekken 1, Tekken 3.
Oh, that was the shit. Tekken 3 was the dopest one.
Yeah, Tekken 4.
Tekken 3. Yeah. Tekken 3 was like, oh my god.
They were advancing the
I
graphics
did
and
not.
everything on that one.
I did not care for Tekken 3 because
Okay.
everybody wanted to be fucking Eddie Gordo. And it wasn't too many ways you could beat him unless you really, really studied how to play the game.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mhm.
Well, I'll say this quickly. Like, for GoldenEye, if you played Odd Job, you were a bitch. If you
Was
played
he
Odd Job,
overpowered?
you're a bitch if you're playing Odd Job because he was short and like he could judo chop you. So like, yeah, you're a bitch if you played Odd Job. But also, Perfect Dark was a good game as well for PS1. Main games I played was like the ones that I had access to at the time was like Resident Evil and like Crash Bandicoot. There was like a snowboarding game I was playing too that I remember. Other than that, it was just like random games.
it was a game I liked. Cypher Filter.
Oh, I love that game.
That
Siphon
game was
Filter. Yeah.
hard, man. That shit was hard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
those
was.
were the better games.
Cypher Filter was a very interesting game because you could throw certain gas and kill the enemy if you choose to. Of course, it was a knockoff of Metal Gear, but it was a better version of Metal Gear at the time until they
Yeah.
came out with the
What's
what
a
was
better
it,
version
PS3?
of Metal Gear? Huh?
Yeah, Metal Gear
Uh,
Solid was a good one.
when they came out with the fucking Metal Gear for PS3.
Like those kind of games, like I would let like my older family member, not I would let, but I would watch my older family members play them, like Metal Gear Solid, Siphon Filter, like Hitman, like those complicated games where you have to like assassinate and shit like that. I would just watch them play it because I'm like, if I try to play it, like I would just fuck up every time.
Metal
Cypher
Gear
Filter
Solid
was
was like Siphon Filter was hard. Metal Gear Solid was like the perfect level of like some complexity, but at the end of the day, it was still kind of easy once you got the hang of it. Siphon Filter, I mean, Jesus Christ, man, it was
Cypher
just too
Filter,
much for me.
Cypher Filter actually increased your fucking intellect.
It did.
My younger
Like
brother.
at the time, I was young, I was really young, so like I really didn't understand the shit. I
Oh,
was
so
just
what you think me and my younger brother were? We had to take turns. I'm gonna tell you, the closest me and my brother got when we were growing up was playing Code Veronica. Do you know how fucking long that game can be?
Yes, 2 discs on the Dreamcast.
Let that sink in.
well, like
Let that fucking sink in. The only
like
thing was more difficult was fucking Resident Evil on PlayStation 1. 2
oh,
discs.
I forgot about Resident Evil.
Let that
That
sink
was
in.
one of the games too from PS1.
Let that sink in. We had to take turns, and then I don't know what's scarier. I think Resident Evil 2 was scarier than Code Veronica.
I still remember playing Resident Evil Code Veronica on the Dreamcast. I put my Dreamcast above where the air vent was during the winter time, summertime,
Yeah.
just so to
No,
keep me cool.
Yeah, because you were playing for hours. You were not getting no mercy on fucking Code Veronica. But remember on not Metal Gear, Resident Evil, when you get the unlimited ammo, it was time to play. You fuck like you go through the game when they give you the unlimited shotgun. Oh, all you creatures I ran from, payback's a bitch.
Like
Headshot.
Metal Gear Solid, I'm pretty sure it was PS1, or it might have been PS2, but Metal Gear Solid, I think like
Yeah.
the
I got to
inhibition
download. I got to download Resident Evil 2, the remake for Game Pass. Try it out.
Siphon Filter, if you ever played all 3 in the original trilogy, especially the story mode and everything, it's like it really makes you think, move, and I remember there was this one weapon that was really overpowered, and it was like the Israeli Falcon, this little handgun. When you hit somebody with it, they'd be flying and shit. Like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
There's some good shit right here. I remember watching my brothers playing that all the time.
That was some real good espionage game because sometimes you had to sneak.
Damn, Art, you got fucked up.
Oh, somebody dug in your ass, huh?
You know how to look for it, don't you?
Well, all you gotta do is walk through the Tarver Tunnel. Everybody's been in there, I guess.
Did
Hey
anybody
man,
ever
what's
get
this
a?
opening? Oh, I forgot.
That like I was saying that one Metal Gear Solid game, like that really innovated gaming where I don't remember what Metal Gear Solid it was, but it was that one game where it's like you're fighting the boss and you had to switch your controller so the dude couldn't read you.
That was the first one.
Yeah, that was the first one.
Yeah, that's the
Oh,
first one.
They're doing a
By
remake
the way,
of Snake Eater.
okay.
Snake Eater
By
to
the
me,
way,
Snake Eater was my favorite.
yeah. By the way, here's something that younger generations will not understand about our generation. How many of them have even bothered to look online on or game search or game facts or GameSpot for cheat codes and hints on how to do it before YouTube?
Oh, Game Pass is the place to go.
Yeah, Game Pass is the place to go without question.
Yeah.
Or you get like a Game Pro. You get one of the magazines.
Game Pro or Power
do you mean Game FAQ?
Power Gamer.
No, you called it Game Facts.
Just based on experience in McDrama Bear.
Now you get a whole damn video of the fucking game right when it's released. Like within an hour of the game's release, you already got people beating the whole thing, showing everything on YouTube. It's crazy.
Yeah, you can watch the whole Mortal Kombat story before it even comes out.
That's how I finished a couple of games. I was just watching this YouTube channel, like, how to get all the how to get all the trophies and such. And I was like, oh, okay. In one single run, I've been able to do it like that for.
Oh yeah, Aqua, take your Game Genie.
Game Genie, you're right.
Oh shit.
Wait,
what
did
about
anybody ever have a Game Shark?
Yeah, I was about to say.
I had one of those too.
I had a Game.
I never knew it. I never had that.
Yeah. I had a Game Genie for the Super Nintendo.
I had one for Game Boy.
and you still had to find out the Game Genie codes.
Exactly.
Yeah. I remember I had to, when it came to like Mortal Kombat X, or sorry, I got XL, excuse me, because I'm extra large. Yeah. If only Mr. Z was here to say hysterical, but yeah.
Yeah.
I remember I had to go to YouTube or GameFAQs, and I had to learn to because you had to unlock the certain the environmental fatalities and such. And when I was doing that, I was just like, oh. And I mastered the list. Once I unlocked it, it was available in the playlist and everything. That was interesting. But it's a damn shame they didn't have brutality. No, they had brutality, but it's a damn shame they didn't have friendship or babalities in Mortal Kombat X.
Yeah, I'm about to shut down.
All right.
All right. You have a good night, man.
Yeah.
All right. Thank
y'all.
y'all
Just remember, y'all ain't shit, and God bless y'all for it.
Thank y'all for coming through. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace. Yo, this is AB Media 83. Want to support the channel? Hit the Cash App. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the video. Also, be sure to hit that bell notification so you can be notified the next time I upload a live stream or video. And always remember, keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.